to Doane Sports Network as we are just getting ready to line the field here at the Doane Baseball Complex for some men's NEI and GPAC baseball as Dakota Wesleyan travels into town with a 6-11 record and a 1-1 record in the GPAC to face your Doane Tigers in their first GPAC contest, as yesterday's contest got rained out as they come in with a 9-12 record. First, we'll start off with the visitors' starting lineups. Leading off and playing in right field is Tremaine Moore, batting second. And the third baseman, Hartman Katz, batting third. And playing first base, Brandon Oropeza. Batting fourth and playing shortstop is Tyler Waddle. Batting fifth and in left field is Jared Nealon. Batting sixth is the DH Peyton Price. Batting seventh and playing second base is Landon Neugenhauer. Batting eighth and catching is Sean Riley. And rounding up the lineup for the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers in center field, batting ninth is Gerard Zentz. Pitching for the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers will be Stephen Somerville. And for your Doane University Tigers, starting off at the number one spot and playing third base is Jake Smith. Tommy Anderson will be batting second and playing shortstop. Kevin Clausen's the left fielder, batting third. Eduardo Yanez playing first base and batting in the cleanup spot. Nathan Sliva, the backstop this afternoon in game one of this doubleheader, and batting fifth. Chris Jackson batting sixth. He'll be the second baseman. Trent Jerry in center field. He'll be batting seventh. Batting eighth, the DH, Aaron Whitehouse. And rounding up the lineup for your Doane Tigers is Jacob Dewey, and he'll be playing right field. Pitching for the Tigers will be Caleb Godekin. He comes in with an 0-2 record and a 7.3 ERA. That's in 6 game appearances, 6 starts. He's went 24 2/3 innings, surrendering 20 earned runs with a 21-10 strikeout to walk ratio and giving up a 3.10 average to opposing hitters. So Caleb Godekin looking to get a quality start here after a little bit of struggle so far early in the season. But once again, we're moments away here from first pitch. We'll take a quick break. We'll have the national anthem, and then we'll get right back to you with action here in game one of the doubleheader between Dakota Wesleyan and your Doane Tigers. I'm Clayton Harrison. We'll be right back. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. Tigers are out there. Your Doane Tigers on defense, getting ready for first pitch. Once again, Caleb Godekin is the starting pitcher today. And we'll take a quick run through of Dakota Wesleyan's lineup once again. Batting first, the right fielder, Tremaine Moore. Batting second, the third baseman, Hartman Katz. Batting third, Brandon Oropeza, the first baseman. Batting seventh, the shortstop, Tyler Waddle. Batting fifth, the left fielder, Jared Nealon. Batting sixth, and the DH, Peyton Price. Batting seventh, the second baseman, Landon Neugenhauer. Batting eighth, the catcher, Sean Riley. And batting ninth, the center fielder, Gerard Sens. And around the horn for the Tigers. At first base is Eduardo Yanez, second base Chris Jackson, shortstop Tommy Anderson, third base Jake Smith, and left field Kevin Clausen, and center field Trent Jerry, and right field Jacob Dewey, and behind the plate is Nate Sliva. Once again on the mound, Caleb Godekin as he steps on the rubber, looks in and gets a sign, and the first pitch, it's on his way, and it's in there for strike one.
106.
As the first pitch was at 106 of game one of the doubleheader between these two GPAC foes. Just misses on the outside corner for pitch number two, and the count evens to 1-1. Just got a piece of it, but back into Sliva's glove, and the count goes to 1-2 as Tremaine Moore playing right field this evening for Dakota Wesleyan. Dakota Wesleyan is 6-11 on the year, 1-1 in the GPAC. The 1-2, fouled away. As Moore lunged out and tried to just get a piece of that one and slapped it straight back. Infield playing straight up, outfield playing more just a bit to pull. 1-2 is a curveball in the dirt. Count moves to 2-2. As Moore steps back into the box. Godekin shakes off a couple signs, winds, and fires. Ground ball to short. Anderson's going to stay back on the backhand, fired over to first, and a good dig by Yanez on a throw in the dirt for out number one. As Yanez picks up his shortstop, Tommy Anderson. And there's one away with Hartman Katz stepping into the box for the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. Smith playing even with the bag at third. Yanez, normal death. Ground ball to Yanez, a diving stop as he'll get up and flip it to Godekin for out number two. So two good defensive plays by Yanez.
First baseman, number 20, Brandon Oropeza.
As he laid out there on a ball about a couple steps to his right. Took a decent hop, and good job by Yanez to stick with it and make the flip to Godekin, who hustled over to first to cover, and there's two away with Brandon Oropeza, the first baseman in the box for Dakota Wesleyan. First pitch, breaking ball. Yes, he went, strike one. Oropeza tried to check his swing, but could not pull up in time. As Godekin fires another breaking ball, and a swing and a miss there. And the count goes to 0-2, and I would not be surprised if Godekin considers going right back to that pitch, as Oropeza has not looked comfortable the first two times against that breaking ball from Godekin. The wind of the pitch. In the dirt. Ball one. The 1-2. Just a little bit low, ball two. Godekin trying to make Oropeza swing at his pitch. Oropeza on his end with a good eye, even in the count at 2-2. outside ball 3. So Oropeza looks at 3 straight balls after swinging and missing at 2 curveballs to start the at bat. Ground ball grabbed by Smith. Smith fires over to Yanez, and 1-2-3. Dakota Wesleyan goes in the top of the first. Doane Tigers coming up with Jake Smith, Tommy Anderson, and Kevin Clausen against Steven Somerville. We'll be right back. This is the Doane Sports Network. We're set to start the bottom half of the first inning. The Dakota Wesleyan Tigers went 1-2-3 in the first. As once again, a quick rundown of the Doane lineup. Jake Smith will be batting first, followed by Tommy Anderson, the shortstop. Batting second. Batting third is Kevin Clausen, the left fielder. Batting fourth is Eduardo Yanez, the first baseman. Batting fifth is Nate Sliva, the catcher. Batting sixth, the second baseman is Chris Jackson, batting seventh, and the center fielder Trent Jerry. Batting eighth, the DH Aaron Whitehouse, and batting ninth in right field is Jacob Dewey. As Jake Smith steps in the box against Jared Somerville, the tall righty starter for Dakota Wesleyan. Somerville winds and throws. Fastball right down the pipe, strike one. Around the horn for the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. Behind the plate is Sean Riley. At first is Brandon Oropeza. At second is Neugenhauer. At shortstop is Tyler Waddle. At third base is Hartman Katz. And left field is Jared Nealon. And center field is Gerard Zenz. And in right field is Tremaine Moore. The 1-1 pitch to Smith. A big cut on and fouled away as that pitch looked to maybe be just a few inches off the outside part of the plate, but Smith liked it and took a good cut at it, but the count goes to 1-2. Somerville winds and delivers. Ball 2, pitch in the dirt. Check swing by Smith. First base umpire says he does not go around. Good discipline by Jake Smith, and the count is full at 3-2. The full count pitch. Off the end of the bat, flared out to right field, and that'll be caught by Moore. As Tremaine Moore had a good read on it out in right field. That'll be out number 1. That'll bring up Tommy Anderson. Anderson takes strike one. Anderson, the shortstop. And game one for the Tigers in this doubleheader. Ball one on the off-speed pitch. The count goes to 1-1. Defense straight up. Third baseman playing just a little bit in. Ball two outside. Katz is even with the bag, and then when the pitch starts, he inches up almost to the infield grass, maybe just being somewhat wearisome of Anderson laying down a bunt. As a high chopper goes right to Katz, and he'll take the Sunday hop and fire it over to first for out number 2 to Oropeza.
Kevin Clausen.
So 2 quick outs for Somerville, and Kevin Clausen, the number 3 batter and playing left field, will step into the box. Clausen is batting .377 on the year with a .594 slug. He does have a 2-out batting average of .450. First pitch inside. Clausen has 2 home runs on the year, and 9 doubles. Only struck out 3 times. So he's definitely a tough out. The wind and the pitch. Catches the outside corner, strike one. A good fastball by Somerville. Had some late life on it. Clausen negotiates with the umpire, maybe just wondering about that last pitch. Ball 2 in the dirt. As that was nowhere close to the zone from Somerville, as that breaking ball got away from him a little bit, and the count now 2-1. It's a very chilly afternoon here in Crete, Nebraska. Ball 3 misses high. The 3-1 pitch misses inside, and Clausen will be the first base runner from either team as he'll trot over to first on the walk. And that'll bring up Eduardo Yanez, the first baseman, batting cleanup, as the Doane Tigers look for a little 2-out rally here in the bottom of the first. Clausen, not a lot of speed at first. Doubt he'll be in movement unless of a wild pitch or pass ball, especially with 2 outs. Somerville will give him a look over just in case. Slide step, and the first pitch misses outside. So Somerville also very quick to the plate on the stretch with runners on as he has that slide step delivery. It's always interesting to see a pitcher get into the stretch for the first time. See if they have any comfort. Sometimes it can throw off a pitcher's rhythm, as the first 2 pitches are balls to Yanez after walking Clausen. Clausen does have a decent lead at first. Big cut by Yanez, swung on and missed. Looked like it was a little in front of it, maybe a changeup. Count now 2-1 to Yanez. Yanez with 347 average on the year. He does have 17 RBIs. Count now 3-1. 5 home runs, 7 doubles. Has struck out 17 times though, so a big banger bust guy. And he sends a line drive right back at Somerville, and that'll get out to center field in a hurry for a 2-out single from Yanez. And the Tigers have something going with runners on first and second with 2 out.
Nathan Sliva.
That'll bring up Nathan Sliva, the catcher. Once again, not a lot of speed on the base pass with Clausen and Yanez, but you would expect a base hit to at least score Clausen. First pitch misses outside. And all of a sudden, Somerville's had some control problems as he's going to get a mound visit by the coach here. So the Tigers have a 2-out rally here as Kevin Clausen walked and Eduardo Yanez had a stinging single up the middle. And as soon as Somerville has gotten to the stretch, he's struggled to put the ball where he wants on the plate and has been forced to get behind in the count. Somerville delivers and catches the outside corner, so the mound visit helps Somerville throw a strike here, and the count goes to 1-1 against Sliva. Nobody holding Yanez at first. Strike on the inside corner. So back-to-back strikes from Somerville and Sliva behind in the count 1-2. Nobody really holding Clausen at second either. The second baseman, Neugenhauer, is inching over there here and there. Ground ball to third. Throw is over to second. And able to hang on the bag is Neugenhauer. It was not a great throw by Katz. But Neugenhauer stuck with it for out number 3, and the Tigers' threat is over. So no runs on one hit for the Tigers, and we'll be back for the top of the second. This is the Doane Sports Network. Tyler Waddle will lead things off for Dakota Wesleyan in the top of the second here against Godekin. First pitch from Godekin is in there, strike one. Godekin's done a good job early jumping ahead of counts. He retired Dakota Wesleyan in order in the first inning. Second pitch jammed him inside, strike 2. Waddle the shortstop here in game 1 of the doubleheader. Big swing and a miss, strike 3. As Godekin gets him with 3 straight pitches for his first strikeout of the day. And that'll bring up Jared Nealon. Godekin working quickly in a very good rhythm here early. Through 4 batters as Jared Nealon, the left fielder, will step into the box. It must be noted that Godekin seems to be on the same page with Sliva as they are working very quickly. Not a lot of dispute on pitches. This count goes to 1-1 with a called strike. And Godekin winds and fires. Curveball in there, strike 2. And there is no time between when Godekin gets the ball and when he is firing to the plate. And I believe it's making these Dakota Wesleyan pitchers very off balance. The 1-2 pitch is fouled away over by the Doane dugout. left field. The 1-2 pitch. Curveball got him in the dirt. As Sliva's going to have to fire it over to Yanez. He does for out number 2 to finish a strikeout. So back-to-back strikeouts for Godekin. And he is cruising along here. Hasn't been in any fear here early. And this is what you like to see if you're a Doane fan, is Godekin really looking confident on the hill. And strike one as he continues to pound the zone. This time against Peyton Price, the DH, batting from the left side. As he is the lone lefty bat in this Tigers offense. 1-1 the count. Godekin winds and delivers. Fouled away, strike 2. Just a little bit late on that fastball. And Godekin doesn't throw extremely fast, but like I said, I think his rhythm is really keeping these hitters off balance, as Price looked like he barely stepped in the box and that pitch was coming right at the zone. The 1-2. Ground ball up the middle. Anderson dives, but then gets past him for the first Dakota Wesleyan hit of the evening.
Batting 7th, the second baseman, number 4, Landon Nugenhauer.
So not hit extremely hard by Price, but put right in the right spot as that ball just scooted right through the middle of the field. That'll bring up Landon Nugenhauer, the second baseman. First time in the stretch for Godekin, we did see Somerville have a little bit of struggles in the first inning when he went into the stretch. Price has a very modest lead at first. Fouled away. And Godekin, I believe he noticed Price's lead and really isn't giving him much attention. Not expecting him to steal. Infield shaded for Nugenhauer to pull as Anderson is shaded way over to the third base side. And he drops a bunt, but Smith is right there and makes a good play as he fires over to Yanez, no problem.
For Dakota Wesleyan, no runs on a hit, no errors, 1
As
left on
Nugenhauer
base.
tried to sneak a bunt with 2 outs.
Stop by the concession stand.
Nothing going there as
We're serving freshly grilled hot dogs.
Dakota Wesleyan gets no runs on 1 hit as we head into the bottom of the second. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. Chris Jackson will lead things off for the Tigers. The Doane Tigers, that is, as Doane sent 5 to the plate in the first inning against Somerville as Jackson watches a ball outside. Jackson batting .375 on the year, 48 at-bats. A contact hitter, though, he only has 4 extra base hits, one of those being a home run. jumps on a fastball and sends it out to right field. Good piece of hitting by Jackson to turn on that fastball for a leadoff single.
Batting seventh, the center fielder, number 30.
And that'll bring up Trent Jerry, the center fielder. And unlike the first inning, the Tigers do have a lot of speed to work with here, with Jackson with above average speed on first and Jerry with good speed at the plate as well. So we'll see what Josh Altman's dials up here, if he maybe wants to play a little small ball or get some runners in motion to get things going in the second in a scoreless tie. Somerville gets the sign. Katz is playing in, thinking there is a chance that Jerry could lay down a bunt. Fastball right down the middle for strike one, and no bunt or steal there in the first pitch, as Brad Powell did go talk to Jackson right before the pitch. As Jackson was leaving on the pitch, looked like possible hit and run as Jerry lunged out and tried to make contact with the pitch out of the zone, but fouled it straight back. A little limited with 2 strikes now as Katz is even with the bag. Jerry steps back into the box. Not a huge lead for Jackson. And a blooper that falls into the left field for a single for Jerry, and that's a classic job of 2-strike hitting. Is he pretty much with one hand,
24, Aaron Whitehouse.
looks like if you were a lefty tennis player hitting a backhand, lobbed it right over the shortstop Waddle into no man's land for a single, and the Tigers have something going here with the bottom portion of their lineup with 2 on and nobody out. And Aaron Whitehouse, the DH, stepping into the box. Back-to-back singles for Doane. The corners continue to play relatively in as they think that Whitehouse could lay it down a bunt. He does square and pops it straight up. And kind of a
The right fielder, number 9, Jacob.
synchronized groan through the complex here is that kind of hurts the rally a little bit as the Doane had something going. Interesting. To lay down a bunt there and take the bat out of Whitehouse's hands, who does have some power. But the way this game's going, you also can't blame the decision by Josh Altman's, as it's looking like, especially in the cold weather, any run in this game could be valuable. But very much a wasted at bat for Aaron Whitehouse. Somerville misses in the dirt. Doane does have 3 hits so far. No runs here is in the bottom of the second. 1-1 the count to Dewey. Dewey's batting .328 on the year. Line drive into left, but right at the left fielder Nealon, who had
The third baseman,
Dewey played perfectly, as Dewey, more often than not, likes to hit the ball to the opposite field. So all of a sudden, after 2 on with nobody out, the popped up bunt and the line drive it to Nealon, and there's 2 outs with runners on first and second. Situation changed dramatically for Somerville and Dakota Wesleyan. Is now just an out of any sorts, and they're out of the inning. Leadoff hitter Jake Smith in the box. Pick off to first, and a very kind of flashy attempt there by Dakota Wesleyan, as Oropeza was not holding Trent Jerry at first at all. Trent Jerry got to a huge lead, and Oropeza snuck right back behind him. And if Oropeza would have been able to hold on to the ball, Dakota Wesleyan would have been out of this inning. The pitch is in there, strike one. Somerville has towed the line here and walked the tightrope in the first inning and the second inning, as it has not been. It's been rather dicey, but has not given up a run yet. A high fly ball into center. Settling under it is Zins, and Dakota Wesleyan avoids the scare. No runs on 2 hits, 2 runners left on base for Doane. We'll head to the third inning, still scoreless. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. Sean Riley will lead things off for Dakota Wesleyan as Godekin winds and delivers. Big breaking ball fouled away for strike one as Riley tried to check his swing. Ball looked like it might have nicked Sliva on the leg as the umpire shows respect for him, gives him a pat on the back after giving him a little time and throwing the ball to Godekin. Godekin finds the outside corner, strike two. Once again, Godekin continues to get ahead of the Dakota Wesleyan batters. He's faced one more than the minimum. Strike three on the outside corner for Godekin's third strikeout. And the first one looking, as the first two were swinging. That'll bring up Jared Zins and then back to the start of the lineup as Zins is the 9-hole for Dakota Wesleyan. Fastball in there, strike one. And strike has been kind of the way that Godekin's been rolling here. Fouled away, strike two. Only one hit so far the first time through this order, with Zins being the last batter before the lineup turns over. The one hit was by Peyton Price. The 0-2 just misses. It's like a little bit low and away, but a good 2-strike pitch from Godekin. The 1-2 got him swinging. Strikeout number 4 for Godekin, as he struck out 4 of the 9 batters he faced the first time through the order, and we'll go back to the top with Tremaine Moore. Fly ball into left center. That ball is deep, and it's off the warning track and into the wall for a 2-out double from Tremaine Moore. And he was guessing first pitch fastball as Godekin has been hitting the strike zone a lot. And he jumped on that first pitch fastball that caught a little bit too much of the plate and made Godekin pay as he sent that double a long ways into the warning track in the gap. So good piece of hitting from Tremaine Moore. As Dakota Wesleyan is trying to spark a 2-out rally. Godekin comes set, checks the runner, and the ball skips away from Sliva. Wild pitch as Godekin takes credit for the fault, as it looked like that breaking pitch just happened to kind of get stuck in Godekin's hand and skipped away from Sliva, who really had not much of another option but to try to backhand it there, as it took a very high skip off the dirt. Strike one in there as Godekin bounced back. Moore advanced to third on the wild pitch, so he does get 90 feet closer to home, which matters not too much with 2 outs. Ground ball to third, backhanded by Smith. Smith fires to first, and Yanez will complete the putout. So no run on one hit as Tremaine Moore hit a double in the gap, but could not come around and score. We'll be back for the bottom of the third as Doane has Anderson, Clausen, and Yanez. We'll be right back. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. Anderson will lead things off against Somerville as he jumps on the first pitch, and Anderson will send that into left field for a single as he has his first hit of the day. And gets things going for Doane. Doane last inning had runners on first and second with nobody out, and Whitehouse tried to lay down a bunt, which popped up right to Somerville, and very much kind of killed the rally for the inning. As Doane has their fourth hit of the day, still have no runs. As Kevin Clausen steps in and takes the first pitch wide for ball one. Anderson does have good speed at first base. We'll see if he tries to swipe it back. Doesn't go, but the pitch gets away from Sean Riley, the catcher, as Anderson will gladly advance 90 feet on the wild pitch from Somerville. Clausen is batting .410 compared to his usual .377 with runners on base. So a guy you really like to see up there in a tie ball game with a runner in scoring position. 18 RBIs on the year so far for Clausen. Hit very hard right at the shortstop. Waddle as he stays behind it and will throw out Clausen.
First baseman Eduardo Yanez.
Clausen got a good piece at that one, but just hit it right at Waddle. And Waddle did a good job of getting his body in front of it and taking the short hop and firing it over to first to retire Clausen for the first out. And that'll bring up Eduardo Yanez. Yanez singled his first time up. He would like to do the same thing right here. Pitch from Somerville. Fouled away. Somerville kind of has an interesting motion. He throws his left elbow kind of at the plate and really fans out. Has a big stride towards the plate. Could be somewhat hard to pick up. Curveball off the handle. Grounded to first, but that will move up Anderson to third with 2 outs, so a wild pitch will score him. That'll be 3 unassisted for Yanez. And there's 2 outs. Doane has left 4 on base. They've got hits against Somerville, but really have had a hard time, as it's shown on the scoreboard, with no runs, getting anybody around. First pitch to Nate Sliva misses outside. Sliva grounded into a fielder's choice his first time up. And that ended the first inning. Fastball right down the middle. Looked like Sliva might have been looking something else there as he kind of jumped out and kind of froze at that pitch. Nonetheless, count goes to 1-1. Line drive right back at Somerville, and protects his own face by catching it. And that is just an unlucky, very lucky for Somerville that he didn't get clocked in the face, first off. And unlucky for Sliva as he hit that ball very, very hard right at Somerville. So once again, a runner left on base for Doane, as it's now 5 left for Doane so far in the game. And after a leadoff single by Anderson, no runs for the Tigers. We'll be right back for Dakota Wesleyan. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. Brandon Oropeza takes a big swing at the first pitch from Godekin for strike 1. As we're still scoreless in the top of the 4th. Off-speed pitch misses low. This is game 1 of a doubleheader between these two squads here in GPAC action. Just misses low, and it looked like the home plate umpire was about to call a strike and then hesitated and decided it was not in the zone. The breaking ball misses high, and Godekin for really what feels like one of the first times down in the count here, 3-1. Defense playing straight up here. 3-1 pitch. Catches the outside corner, strike 2. And I don't know what happened there. I think Oropeza thought he might have struck out. He looked to take 2 steps to sprint to his dugout, and they had to tell him, I don't know where you're going. You still have a chance. So he steps back in, and the full count pitch is hit to center field, and drifting over to his left to make the catch is Jerry. So a little bit more excitement for Oropeza as he thought he was done, but got a decent piece of it and hit it out to center field for out number 1. That'll bring up Tyler Waddle, who struck out swinging in the second inning. He looks for his revenge against Godekin here with 1 out in the top of the 4th. 2 hits so far for Dakota Wesleyan, as Godekin has had very good stuff through 3 1/3. The 0-1 popped up. It's going to be an interesting play for Dewey, but he makes it look fairly easy as he glides over to the line and makes the grab for out number 2. Very kind of cloudy, gloomy day here in Crete, Nebraska. Very safe to say it is an overcast. Not a very blue sky nonetheless. With 2 outs, the first pitch from Godekin misses low. Nealon also struck out swinging his first time up. That was in the second. As he jumps ahead 2-0, that's Godekin misses low and away. Strike 1. Godekin jumps back, count now 2-1. If Nealon would to get on, it would be Peyton Price, who has had one of the 2 hits for Dakota Wesleyan. The lone lefty in the lineup. High chopper, and that ball is going to get foul. Godekin gets the sign he wants and comes with the 2-2 pitch. Lined over the head of Anderson for a 2-out single from Nealon. And that 2-strike pitch caught just a little bit too much of the plate for Godekin. And Nealon jumped up and delivered with a 2-out single. That's the 3rd hit for Dakota Wesleyan. On the top of the 4th with 2 outs. Peyton Price will step in. Price had a single in the second inning as Godekin comes set. Nealon does have a decent lead. Ground ball up the middle. Anderson. And what a play as he spins and fires. Good range by Anderson. That ball looked like it could have got through the hole for a single, but Anderson says no. Fires over to first for out number 3 as he helps Godekin get through the top of the 4th. We'll be back from the bottom half of the 4th inning. As coming up for the Tigers, it's Jackson, Jerry, and Whitehouse. You're watching the Doane Sports Network here on YouTube. we're back for the bottom of the fourth as Doane looks to get the first run of the ball game with Chris Jackson stepping in the box. He had a single in the second, was stranded. One of the 5 left on base so far for your Doane Tigers. First pitch misses up and away from Somerville. There is some people kind of milling around in the Wesleyan bullpen, but no significant progress as the check swing bounces off of Somerville's leg. It's going to be a tough play, and he's not going to be able to make it. As Somerville came off the mound very off balance, that was just a very awkward play in general. As Jackson check swung, and it almost a one-hopper to Somerville, but Somerville was all the way twisted around to where his back was almost facing home plate, and it got hit right in the back of, I guess, the quad is what you could call it, and got away from him, and he was unable to throw out Jackson, who does have good speed. I believe that will be ruled a single. And once again, the Tigers have a runner here with less than 2 outs. Jerry squared in the throw to first is high, an errant throw by the catcher, Sean Riley, and that was just unnecessary. So, really, Jackson was a free base runner in the first place. Then Sean Riley decided to try to snap throw over to first, and the ball sailed on him. So all of a sudden, Jackson's on second was really a very non-hard hit ball with nobody out. Let's see if the bunt is still on for Jerry. They're going to let him swing, and the ground ball to short. Throw to first is in time, and Jackson went on contact there, and Waddle gave him a look, but with Jackson's speed, he decided to make the throw to first. So Jackson will move to third with 1 out, and this is where you really need this run to come home. With everything that's been happening in this game, and especially with the way that Dakota is pitching, this run could be a very pivotal run for the Doane Tigers. As Whitehouse steps in, as he popped up on a bunt his first time up, takes a big cut on a fastball away, tried to yank it. Was a little early on that one, kind of pulled his head out for strike 1. Infield playing in, as they're not willing to concede this run. A curveball high, fly ball, that's in the gap. That'll do the job even if it's caught, but it's not caught as that ball will go in the gap. Here comes Whitehouse as he'll cruise into second for a stand-up RBI double. And that's the first run of the ball game, and the Tigers lead, the Doane Tigers lead, the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers 1-0 on the RBI double from Whitehouse. And you kind of think to wonder if maybe he shouldn't have squared around to bunt his first time up, especially after that RBI double. Nonetheless, 1-0, the Tigers lead here with still 1 out as Dewey steps in the box. Dewey, his first time up, had a very good contact, but lined the ball right to left, and he does what he does so often, sends the ball the opposite field, and that's a base hit, moving Whitehouse to third, and there's runners on the corner here with 1 out after the single, and Somerville looks like he might be laboring a bit, and what do you know, the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers are double barrel action in the left field bullpen, as all of a sudden we've talked about how Somerville was kind of walking the tightrope this whole game, and it looks that he may have fell off here in the 4th inning. Runners on the corner. Dewey does have good speed at first. I'd be very surprised if he does not at least an attempt to steal here in this at-bat. They'll decide to finally hold him. Pitch misses low to Smith. Smith is 0 for 2, a fly out to right and a fly out to center. Smith's batting .299 on the year. The leadoff hitter playing third base. Dewey has a good lead. Dewey goes. Fouled away. He would have had the bag stolen easily if it was not a foul ball. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Dewey stays put, high chopper to 3rd. They'll go to 2nd and to 1st in time. Double play. 5-4-3 Cats to Neugenhauer to Oropeza. And Dakota Wesleyan gets out of the inning with really limited damage, but the Tigers do score 1 run on 3 hits and 1 error going against Dakota Wesleyan. We'll head to the top of the 5th. Tigers lead, break the scoreless tie, now 1-0. We'll be right back on the Doane Sports Network.
For the Tigers.
Caleb Godekin has pitched 4 scoreless here in game number 1 for the Tigers. He'll head into the 5th against Landon Neugenhauer. First pitch is a ball. Neugenhauer is 0 for 1. He grounded to 3rd his first time up. That was in the 2nd inning. The 1-0 pitch, just inside. Doane has 1 run on 7 hits. No errors and 6 left on. Dakota Wesleyan has no runs on 3 hits and 1 error. And a strike on the outside corner. 2-1 the count. Godekin winds and delivers. Low, ball 3. Infield shaded Neugenhauer to pull. The 3-1 pitch is right down the middle, strike 2. As Neugenhauer looked like he really was never planning on even going to attempt on the 3-1 pitch. And that shows Godekin's dominance so far, as they are just looking in any way to get somebody on base. And strike 3 swinging. As that's strikeout number 5 for Godekin. And that'll bring up Sean Riley, the catcher. Riley struck out looking his first time in the 3rd. He steps into the box. The first pitch from Godekin just misses upstairs. Riley thought about swinging, decided to hold back. The 1-0. Misses ball 2. And the first 2 pitches from Godekin have not missed by much. Big swing and a miss by Riley as he took a huge cut at that 2-0 pitch, but came up with nothing. The 2-1. Way outside, ball 3. Sense to wonder if Godekin is getting a little bit tired here, as he takes a long leisure step off the mound and will toe the rubber again and refocus himself here. Ball 4. And that was about the longest I've seen Godekin take between pitches. And really it was not that long. It was probably 3 to 4 seconds. But Godekin has been working
Number
very
2,
quickly.
Reed Harder.
Reed Harder will run for the catcher, Sean Riley, as a courtesy runner, which in NAIA rules, you can run for the catcher with no substitution rule against you.
Hitting for Sens, number 14. Zach Utek.
Zach Utek will hit for Zens, and it looks like head coach John Greiser is thinking that this moment is a time to get back into this game against Godekin and decides to make the pinch hit decision. As Josh Oltmans is going to come out and talk to Godekin. Interesting to note that Oltmans is going out there and not Elliot Engel. I doubt Oltmans will make a pitching change with a 1-0 count, but I guess stranger things have happened in this world. And it doesn't look like he's going to make a call to the bullpen as he's just kind of chatting with only Sliva and Godekin. It might be something situational or something regarding Zach Utek that Coach Josh Oltmans saw. And it's kind of a rather long mound visit, and neither one of the umpires are looking to break this up. But they'll step away as looks like Oltmans said what he needed to, and we'll resume action here with a 1-0 count on Utek. Smith, even with the bag at third, Yanez is holding the runner, and the runner goes, fouled away. Looked like the hit and run might have been on, but with the big lead from Utek and the good jump, I think he might have had the base stolen without using the hit and run. Count is 1-1. Ball in the dirt. Good stop by Slivas. He was able to smother the ball there. Reed Harder is running for the catcher, Sean Riley, at first. So definitely a threat to steal. 2-1 count. Big lead for Reed Harder, and Godekin throws over. That's the first time Godekin has thrown over to first. He really hasn't had a lot of opportunities to do it, with only 3 hits for the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers, but decided it was a good opportunity to give Reed Harder a look. He goes, and a fly ball into the gap, gliding over is Dewey. He'll make the catch for out number 2. Hit decently well there by Utek, but Dewey had a bean on it for out number 2. And that'll bring up Tremaine Moore, the leadoff man for Dakota Wesleyan. 2 outs. Runner on first, as that is Reed Harder, the courtesy runner. Top of the 5th inning, Doane Tigers lead 1-0. Fastball in there, strike 1. Even the couple times that Dakota Wesleyan has started to get something going against Godekin, he has seemed very composed on the mound. As the 0-1 offering is fouled away into the TP of a complex. Made a very interesting bounce off the structure over there. That whole entire facility kind of amazes me. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Doane this year got a new huge indoor baseball complex. They have cages, their bullpens in there, and some room to take ground balls and do other things of that sort. It's been very Very nice addition to this baseball complex. As both the softball and baseball team use the indoor hitting facility over there down the right field line. Good addition to the baseball and softball complex here at Doane as that ball is fouled away. Count is 1-2. As back to action here, Dakota is continuing to try to get through this 5th inning. Tremaine Moore is 1 for 2 with a double. The pitch swung on and missed, and that ball's in the dirt. And that'll be tossed by Sliva over to Yanez for out number 3. And Dakota picks up his 6th strikeout of the game through 5 innings. We'll be back for the bottom of the 5th. Tigers lead. Doane Tigers lead the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers 1-0. We'll be right back on the Doane Sports Network. Tommy Anderson leads things off in the home half of the inning in the 5th inning here. Anderson is 1 for 2. He singled his last time up. Somerville delivers in a high pop-up as a committee will go and run under it, and eventually that'll be caught by Moore as Tremaine Moore makes the catch for out 1. Kevin Clausen will step into the box now for Doane. Takes a big cut at the first offering from Somerville a little early. Fouled it away. A lefty warming up in the pen for Dakota Wesleyan. There's been continuing action the last couple innings over there. Second offering misses low and away. The 1-1. High pop up. There is some room. It looks like that's going to fall out of play. It looked like that there was a chance that was going to stay in the vicinity of the confines of the baseball field here at Doane, but decided to drift over the fence. Big cut again by Clausen, fouled straight back. It'll be Clausen, Yanez, and if either one of them get on, Nate Sliva. Somerville has pitched 4 1/3 as Clausen lunges at it and sends it to the shortstop, and he'll be thrown out for out number 2 as Tyler Waddle was able to make the play and toss it over to Oropeza for out number 2. Eduardo Yanez steps in. He's 1 for 2 with a single and a pop-up. Correction, he grounded out his second time up to first base. Nobody on, 2 out. The pitch from Somerville is inside, ball 2. Yanez does not walk a lot. He only has 2 walks on the year compared to 17 strikeouts. A big cut and a high pop-up. Settling under is Neugenhauer, and he'll make the play for out number 3. The Tigers go in order. We'll head to the top of the 6th. Doane leads 1-0. Dakota comes back out for his 6th inning of work here in Game 1 of the doubleheader. This Game 1 is 7 innings. Game 2 will be 9. First pitch to Katz is fouled away on a bunt attempt. Katz is 0 for 2. The windup and the pitch. In there, strike 2. Godekin has 6 strikeouts so far in the evening. 5 out of those 6 have been swing and miss strikeouts. The 0-2 misses upstairs, ball 1. So far, Godekin has surrendered 3 hits through 5 innings. Six strikeouts and only 1 walk. That pitch misses low and in. Ground ball to short. Anderson gets behind it and will make the play for out number 1.
First baseman Brandon Oropeza.
That'll bring up the first baseman Brandon Oropeza. Godekin winds and delivers. Fastball in there, strike one. Oropesa is 0 for 2. Grounded out and flied out. The big first baseman takes a huge cut at a breaking ball and fouls it straight back, and the count goes to 0 and 2. Oropesa will be followed by Tyler Waddle, and if either one of them get on, Jared Nealon. The 0-2. Bounces way in front of the plate, and a very good job by Sliva to protect the home plate umpire. Because that's a situation where if it hits him off that bounce, it might have been in a very unfriendly situation. So Sliva maintains the relationship with the home plate umpire. As it's now 2 and 2. The 2-2 pitch. Curveball got him swinging. Sliva will tag him out to complete the strikeout, and that's 7 strikeouts for Godekin as he continues to carve through the Dakota Wesleyan batters here in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Up comes Tyler Waddle, who has been one of 7 strikeout victims as he struck out in the second inning, is 0 for 2. Which you could say that about a lot of guys stepping up to the box being 0 for 2 against Godekin. The 1-0 inside. Once again, as far as I can tell, it's a little bit hard to judge with the indoor hitting facility being the bullpen for the Doane Tigers. There doesn't look to be much action going on in there as the 2-0 misses low for ball 3 as Godekin looked to really kind of lose his footing there as he came, kind of stepped in a hole and spun almost to the ground. 3-0 pitch. I imagine Waddle won't be swinging at with the way Godekin's been pitching, but we'll see. And he watches a strike in there. Nate Sliva had a hard time squeezing that one. Fortunately for Godekin, he still gets a strike call. 3-1 pitch misses low, and that's the second walk of the evening for Godekin, and Waddle will advance to first base with a 2-out walk, and that'll bring up Jared Nealon. Nealon's had a single and a strikeout, 1 for 2. Once again, the first game of this doubleheader is 7 innings, and then we'll have a short break and be followed by a 9-inning second game here on this Sunday afternoon. First offering is in there, strike 1 to Nealon. Good fastball in the outside corner from Godekin. They're playing Nealon to pull as Tommy Anderson is way in the hole over there at shortstop, and Jackson is up the middle at second. Ground ball gets past the diving glove of Smith. That was hit very hard by Nealon. And there'll be runners on first and second with 2 outs. So just the 4th hit for Dakota Wesleyan through 5 2/3 innings. As Yanez talks a little bit to Godekin. And it'll be interesting to see if they maybe try to sneak a little bit of a pickoff play here.
Designated hitter Peyton Price.
With Nealon at first, and we'll see if Yanez tries to sneak behind him. As we'll have another trip by Oltmans, once again, not Elliot Engel, it's Josh Oltmans, the manager. The skipper for Doane will come out and talk to his pitcher Caleb Godekin. He'll bring the whole infield for this. So you seem to wonder if there maybe is some sort of play or some sort of thing that they think Dakota Wesleyan might be doing, whether it be a hit and run situation or something happening here with a 1-0 lead, as Oltmans wants to make sure his defense is aligned in the best way possible to try to get out of the 6th inning in this 1-0 barn burner. There looks to be some activity now in the indoor hitting complex over there down the right field line. And maybe that's another reason why Oltmans is kind of assembling this powwow, is to give the bullpen a little bit of extra time as he's finally asked to get out of there by the home plate umpire. And the conference is over. There's numerous guys running around through the hudded structure over there down first base line. As Dakota can get back on the mound. Big lead at first for Nealon. And the pitch misses low, ball one. Peyton Price is 1 for 2, the DH, the only lefty bat for the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers. The 1-0. Misses in almost the exact same spot for ball two. If you're Godekin, maybe focus a little less on the runners here. They've been doing getting a little froggy out there, but you got 2 outs. And want to get Peyton Price out right here. Another pitch misses away as he is not trying to go inside against Price at all. All of a sudden, Godekin has fallen a little bit out of rhythm. He has been working quickly all day and takes another pause, readjusts his cap, and steps back on the rubber. Godekin comes set. The 3-0 pitch is in there, strike one. And that was not just to get me over fastballs. That was a good pitch on the low outside portion of the plate. And it looks like Godekin has not lost any velocity, as that pitch did have a good amount of zip on it. The 3-1. Big swing and a miss, what looked to be a good changeup on the 3-1 pitch. And we don't have a radar gun up here, but that looked to be at least a little bit taken off the last pitch, and Price was way out in front of it. Count now full, and this is probably one of the biggest pitches of the game for Godekin so far. The 3-2. High pop up, and that's going to go into the Dakota Wesleyan bullpen as Price stays alive, a little late on that one, and just flips it out over the fence and out of play. So, once again, probably one of the most important pitches of the ballgame for Godekin, is you'd imagine that his start is winding to an end, whether he decides or whether he doesn't decide, being in the 6th inning of a 7-inning game. As he misses up and away, and the bases are juiced now after his 3rd walk, and 2 of those walks have been in the 6th inning.
Second baseman Landon Nugenhauer.
That'll bring up Landon Nugenhauer, who, good news for Godekin, he has had very good success against Nugenhauer today, as there's going to be a pinch runner.
Running for Price at first base, number 6, Colton
As
Boudreaux.
Colton Boudreaux, my apologies, will run it first. So that'll give him a little bit more speed at first. That doesn't really have a huge of effect at the direct outcome of this plate appearance right here against Nugenhauer with 2 outs and the bases loaded. First pitch is popped up and fouled straight back. Good to see Godekin attack Nugenhauer with that first pitch fastball. As Nugenhauer was a little bit late on it, the number 7 batter in the lineup for Dakota Wesleyan, and once again, like I said, Godekin has had success against him so far today. You like to see Godekin attack him with a fastball in there, strike 2. So Godekin 1 pitch away from getting out of this 6th inning and continuing to keep Dakota Wesleyan scoreless. Once again, bases loaded. Boudreaux at first, Nealon at second, and Waddle at third. At the plate is Nugenhauer. Just misses high and away. Looked like an off-speed pitch from Godekin. And not to fear too much, I think it's just kind of Godekin's natural mound presence, but he has been kind of shaking his right arm from time to time. Wonder if he's getting a little bit tired. 1-2 is in there, strike 3, and Godekin gets out of the 6th inning with the bases loaded as Dakota Wesleyan strands 3 in a big-time strikeout for Godekin is strikeout number 8. He gets high fives all around from his teammates. It'll be interesting to see if Godekin comes back out for the 7th. But he goes 6 scoreless so far against Dakota Wesleyan. We'll be back for the bottom of the 6th. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. Doane up 1-0 versus Dakota Wesleyan. Nate Sliva will lead things off for the Tigers, as Steven Somerville continues to pitch for Dakota Wesleyan here in the bottom of the 6th, but there is once again activity in the bullpen, which has seemed to be happening the last 3 innings. So take that for what it's worth. As Sliva jumps ahead 2-0 against Somerville, and Somerville looks to be somewhat laboring as he kind of steps around the mound. Hasn't worked particularly fast all game, though, must be noted. As he hums a strike in there, and the count goes 2-1. It'll be interesting to see if Godekin comes back out for the 7th, as he's done a masterful job through 6. That's Caleb Godekin for Doane. Ground ball up the middle. That would have been a good play by Waddle as he went diving, trying to make the stop, but that'll be a leadoff single for Nathan Sliva.
Jackson.
And that'll bring up Chris Jackson. Third baseman Katz playing in. And Jackson does square around a bunt. Doane has had a tough time laying down bunts as Whitehouse popped one up to Somerville, the pitcher, and now we see Jackson foul one straight back. So not a lot of success in that department. Doane leads 1-0 here in the bottom of the 6th. Nobody out, 1 on. A throw over to check Sliva, nothing doing. Read the line so far in this game. Doane has 1 run on 8 hits, no errors. For Dakota Wesleyan, they have no runs on 4 hits and 1 error. A high pop-up straight back. And the count goes to 0-2 on Jackson. So interesting to see him not bunt that second pitch. Maybe the first attempt to bunt was on his own, or the bunt sign was just removed for whatever reason on the 0-1 pitch. An insurance run would be very huge here in the 6th inning, as it's been somewhat a pitcher's duel throughout this whole entire game, as there's only been 1 total run, and that being to Doane. Doane has had success at the plate, but they've had a hard time bringing guys around to score, as they've had 8 hits through 5 innings, which is not bad by any means, but just not necessarily the production as far as runs that you want. as Somerville misses outside. Count goes to 2-2. Sliva out to a very modest lead. Big swing and a miss by Jackson, and that'll be out number one. That'll bring up Trent Jerry, who's 1 for 2 so far on the day. He had kind of a flare bloop single in the second. That was a good piece of two-strike hitting and staying alive as he kind of hit just a one-handed blooper with his left hand. First pitch is away, ball 1. Somerville gives a check to Sliva, then fires. Fastball catches the outside corner, strike 1. Jerry will be followed by Whitehouse. If either of those guys get on, it'll be Jacob Dewey. They check Sliva, not in time. Somerville comes set. Sliva runs. And that is a good piece of hit and run as the ball goes down the third base line, but Sliva will be held up at third. And that'll be a double for Trent Jerry. Sliva is not super fast as he's catching today, but he is able to make it from first to third on the hit and run. Or maybe not necessarily a designed hit and run, but that's eventually what ended up happening, as Jerry poked the ball out in the left field and he'll advance to second on what I believe will be scored as a double, but we'll let you know otherwise. As there will be runners on second and third with 1 out, as there will be a conference on the mound. Somerville will continue to pitch on the mound for the time being. It does look like that it's number 34, Steven Sagasti, warming up in the left pen bullpen. And yes, I can confirm that it is the right-hander Sagasti warming up. So you'd imagine if Somerville gets into any more trouble, that he will probably come into this game as there's 1 strike. Infield playing in with 1 out, as Dakota Wesleyan could not afford to concede a run. Big swing by Whitehouse and fouled away. Count goes to 0-2. Whitehouse is 1 for 2. He had that pop-up bunt, and then he hit a double in the gap and has the lone RBI for the Tigers. So he could really be kind of the offensive staple for the Tigers if he can drive in these 2 runs and have all 3 RBIs. 0-2 pitch misses up and away. And that kind of can be a tendency of getting tired when you start leaving your fastball up and having it sail on you, just not quite getting the extension or the stride that you need. Somerville has had a pretty hefty duty here. Count goes to 2-2. A good job by Whitehouse to fight back in the count. Infield playing in. Outfield playing relatively in as well. Off the hands and floated, and that ball's going to get down. Over the head of shortstop Tyler Waddle. That's going to score one, and Geary is held up at third. 2 RBIs from Whitehouse and done completely different ways, as the first ball was a hard hit ball into the gap. The second RBI was a ball that off the hands, and that's one of those situations where having a metal bat is very helpful. If it were a wood bat, that bat would have probably been cracked and that ball would have probably been caught by Waddle. But just able to be lobbed over Waddle, who was playing in. And Aaron Whitehouse will pick up the single and the RBI. As Nate Sliva comes around to score, and it's 2-0 Doane. And Whitehouse is safe at second on the steal, and it really looked like there's a decent chance that Whitehouse is going to be thrown out there, but he kind of got an extra burst of speed about halfway to second, was able to make a good slide and beat the throw. So there'll be runners at second and third now, and Dewey hoping to really break this thing open up 2-0 and runners on second and third. Dewey is a very above average 9-hole hitter as well, as that ball's down the left field line but foul. Jacob Dewey batting in the 9th hole is basically like a second leadoff man. He's batting .333, .470 slug, .310 with runners in scoring position. He's 1 for 2 today, and has had a lot of success taking the ball the other way. And with an infield playing in with 1 out, Dewey is a very good candidate to shoot a ball to the left side through the infield. And that would be just what Doane needs right here. Fastball away. Count goes to 1-2, and I would not give Dewey anything away, honestly. If I was Somerville, I would try to jam him inside and try to make him forced to pull the ball. His fastball is outside is really what Dewey loves, so he can just send it right back to where it came from. As I would say, Dewey is kind of somewhat like a slap hitter in softball, but he doesn't run down the line. He just really likes to let his hands do the work and send it right back to the left side. The 1-2 pitch. And he does pull it. So after all that talk, Dewey will pull it through the hole, and that'll be 1 RBI. Here comes Whitehouse, and he'll slide, and that'll be the second RBI for Dewey. And this game is now very much broken open here in the 6th as Doane finally brings some runners across the plate, and it's now 4-0 Doane here in the bottom of the 6th inning, thanks to the 2 RBI single from Dewey. And honestly, you wonder if Dakota Wesleyan wasn't playing in, they would have got those last 2 outs and maybe avoided a couple runs, but they were trying to make sure this game would stay at a 1-run lead for Doane, but that did not happen as Jacob Dewey picks up the 2 RBI single. You got to give a lot of credit to Whitehouse swiping that bag as well to get to second, because that allowed him to score on the single along with Trent Geary, and we're going to have a pitching change. We'll be right back because it looks like Sagasti will be on the bump for Dakota Wesleyan. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. there's still only one out here in the bottom of the sixth, as this could factor into the decision of whether Godekin will come back out for the seventh, as it's now a 4-run lead for Doane. Jacob Dewey at first, Jake Smith at the plate as Dewey tries to steal second. The throw will not be in time. It'll bounce on the center fielder, and Dewey comes to third, and that'll be bobbled by Zins. And Dewey will move to third, so the problems continue to get worse for Dakota Wesleyan here in the bottom of the sixth. Once again, the new pitcher is Steven Sagasti. That's Dewey's fourth steal in the year. He's been caught twice. Dewey a threat on the base pass. Big breaking ball low. Ball 2. Correction, ball 1. The count is 1-1. High pop up. That looks like it's going to stay in play, and gliding over to catch it will be Katz.
Shortstop, Tommy
For out number 2.
Anderson.
So Jake Smith's had a rough day. He's 0 for 4 with a ground out into a double play, so hopefully he can make revenge in game 2. That'll bring up Tommy Anderson. He is 1 for 3 with a single. Looking to pad the lead even more for the Tigers heading into the 7th. Sagasti comes set. And the pitch. A little bit of maybe a cutter or a slider there. Misses on the outside part of the plate. Sagasti does not throw fast, but it looks as every one of his balls has some sort of movement. Every one of his pitches. Count goes to 2-0. Throws kind of from his ear behind his head, which could be hard to pick up, especially with Sagasti being about 8 inches shorter than the starting pitcher, Somerville. Strike 1. The breeze that started at the beginning of the game has completely died down as the flag has not moved in a while. As the 2-1 offering misses low and the count moves to 3-1. The 3-1 pitch. Grounded to short. And that'll be bobbled. That'll be an error on Tyler Waddle as that ball kind of hit the lip of the grass and the dirt and kicked up. And I don't think Waddle was expecting it to bounce that high. And that won't go down as an RBI either for Anderson as he reaches first on an error. But Jacob Dewey did come around and score. It's now 5-0 Doane, and Kevin Clausen steps in, takes a just dramatically huge cut at the first pitch and swings right through it. As looked like Clausen was trying to send that ball into someone's front yard. The 0-1 pitch is a curveball in there. Clausen wasn't totally convinced. Count goes to 0-2. Ball in the dirt, good stop by Sean Riley. Anderson has 6 stolen bases on the year, has been caught 0 times. Thought about going, didn't get quite as good of a jump as he wanted to, decided to come back. Counts now 1-2 on Clausen. Clausen 0 for 2 so far today as he takes inside ball 2. Ball 3, rather. 3-2 now the count against Clausen. With Anderson on first, Tigers lead 5-0. They picked up 4 out of their 5 runs here in the 6th. Anderson goes, and that ball is lined in the left, and that ball will fall. And that's the 5th hit of the inning. And Clausen's first hit of the day, so he avoids getting shut out and is now 1 for 3. And then Eduardo Yanez will come on with runners on first and second. And that'll move Anderson to second, and Clausen will be at first. Yanez steps into the box. 5-0 Tigers. First pitch misses away. Ground ball foul. Somerville's final stat line after this no more inherited runners for him. He went 5 1/3, allowed 5 runs, 4 of those were earned. 1 walk, 1 strikeout, and 27 batters faced. And now Sagasti, now on the bump, has been on there for the last couple batters, and the count is now 2-2 as Clausen takes time. Once again, we'll see if Godeking comes back out for the 7th inning, as it seems like that might never come the way the 6th inning's been going. Big swing and a miss by Yanez, and that'll do it. So I kind of jinxed him. Doane sends up 9 to the plate, get 4 runs on 5 hits with 2 Dakota Wesleyan errors, and really open this thing up 5-0, heading into the 7th. And Godekin will come back out for the 7th inning, so we'll try to see if he can finish this complete game shutout when we get back. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. Godekin's back on the bump here in the 7th inning, and that was his 103rd pitch. So we'll see how long they decide to go with him. I'd imagine if anybody gets on base, it could be the end, but he's trying to finish this complete game shutout. Who's stepping into the box for pinch hitting is James Williams, and a ground ball to second, gobbled up by Jackson, and that'll be a quick first out for Godekin, which really helps him and his pitch count trying to get through this 7th inning and finish this complete game shutout.
Center fielder Gerard Sims.
a strike one to Jared Zins. Strike two. Godekin trying to get the second out as he's 2 outs away from a complete game shutout. The 0-2 pitch just misses outside. Good pitch. Tried to get Zins to bite at that one. Zins got pinch hit for in the 5th by James Williams, but then came back on for defense as he re-entered, and now he's back here again. The 2-2. Big swing and a miss. Strikeout for Godekin as that's his 9th. And out number 2 is Godekin is 1 out away from a complete game shutout. As he will face Tremaine Moore, the leadoff hitter. Moore is 1 for 3. He had a big double in the 3rd inning in the gap, but was left stranded at 3rd. Once again, Doane leads 5-0, 2 outs. First pitch is low and away. The 1-0. Catches the inside corner, strike one. Good pitch by Godekin as Moore was crowned the plate a little bit. Ball really almost hit his leg, but caught the inside corner. He could have done nothing with that if he would have swung. Fastball on the outside corner, fouled away, strike 2. Godekin 1 strike away from ending this ball game and leaving with a complete game shutout. Godekin shakes the sign, gets what he likes, winds, and delivers. Ground ball to 3rd. That'll be foul. That's always kind of a little bit of a scary situation when a ball's called foul, as you saw Smith kind of hold his throw. Maybe just fire that over to first anyways, as he was already coming up to throw. Tremaine Moore stays alive. 1 ball and 2 strikes, 2 outs. Godekin still 1 strike away. Godekin toes the rubber. Moore steps in. Godekin winds. Curveball in the dirt. Ball 2. Could not get Moore to bite on that one. Godekin started this inning with 102 pitches. He's right around 110, 115 right now. The 2-2 misses way wide. And it's now full. Bottom of the 7th. 5-0. Caleb Godekin has pitched 6 2/3, only giving up 4 hits with 9 strikeouts. Just misses. That was a good pitch by Godekin. And a very good eye by Tremaine Moore, especially when the situation. A strikeout ends the game. To watch that one just miss the outside corner. Godekin will stay on to face Hartman Katz, and definitely the 4-run 7th inning has helped him lobby to stay on here, I'd imagine. First pitch misses the outside corner. As those insurance runs for Doane in the bottom half of the 6th have shown to be very huge here, as they're up 5-0 with just a runner on first. As a strike on the inside corner. Count goes to 1-1. Hartman Katz at the plate. Tremaine Moore at first. I'd be very surprised if Moore steals. Pitch in the dirt. 2-1 now the count. Godekin comes set. The pitch. Foul ball. No, it'll be fair. And a very, very anticlimactic ending. As that ball stayed fair, Smith fired to first. The runner did not even go anywhere. And that'll be the end of the ball game as Godekin, Caleb Godekin, gets a 4-hit shutout in 7 innings. And that's something to hang his hat on. As there is a meeting between the umpires and the manager of Dakota Wesleyan. I don't think anything will come of this, as he probably believes that ball hit the foot of Hartman Katz.
For Dakota Wesleyan, no runs, 4 hits, 3 errors, 7 left on base. The winning pitcher for Doane, Caleb Godekin.
But that'll do it. So Godekin's the winning pitcher. He goes 7 innings, 4 hits, no runs, with 9 strikeouts and only 3 walks. The only extra base hit was 1 double by Tremaine Moore in the 3rd inning.
Actually, no runs, 4 hits, 3 errors, 7 left on base. Godekin, the winning pitcher for
The losing pitcher will be Somerville. Once again, he went 5 1/3, gave up 4 earned runs, 5 total runs.
A 9-inning game will begin right around 3:30 here at the
As Doane wins 5-0 of Game 1 of this doubleheader. We're going to take a short break and be right back for the second game of this doubleheader, as that'll be a 9-inning contest. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. Thanks for tuning in to Game 1. I'm Clayton Harrison. Don't go anywhere, as I believe that this will be an exciting Game 2. So stay right here. We'll be right back for Game 2 on Doane Sports Network. we're back here on the Doane Sports Network for game number 2 of this doubleheader, this Sunday afternoon doubleheader between Doane University and Dakota Wesleyan University and GPAC baseball. For Dakota Wesleyan, starting off with the lineup, Colton Boudreaux will be batting first, playing left field. Tremaine Moore will be batting second, playing right field. Jared Nealon will be batting third, playing center field. Batting fourth, the cleanup spot, is Brandon Oropeza, the third baseman. Zach Utek is going to be batting fifth, the first baseman. Batting sixth, the DH, James Williams. Batting seventh, the shortstop, Landon Neugenhauer. Batting eighth and catching, Hartman Katz. And batting ninth, the second baseman, Reed Harder. Pitching for Doane is Aaron Whitehouse, the lefty. Fires the first pitch inside for a ball. Jake Smith at third. Tommy Anderson at short. Chris Jackson at second. Eduardo Yanez at first base. And the outfield, left field, Kevin Clausen. Center field, Trent Jerry. And right field, Jacob Dewey. Only difference in this defense is Evan Germansky is the catcher instead of Nate Sliva. 3-0 the count as Aaron Whitehouse gets his first strike over the plate. 3-1 down the count, the Colton Boudreaux. Popped up. Yanez drifting towards the dugout, and he'll make the catch for out number 1. The line for Aaron Whitehouse is a little inflated ERA just because of a couple outings. He had a kind of a bad relief appearance a couple days ago. Whitehouse has 11.88 ERA and a 1-1 record. 4 appearances. He started 2 games in 8 1/3 innings. Gave up 18 hits, 11 runs, all of those earned. 10 strikeouts to 2 walk ratio, and giving up a 4.19 average to hitters as Tremaine Moore steps in the box and takes ball 1. Ball 2. Tremaine Moore went 1 for 3 in game number 1 with a double and a walk. He did strike out once against Godekin. Ball 2. Whitehouse getting behind to the first 2 batters was bailed out with a pop-up by Boudreaux. Tremaine Moore, the right fielder, he batted leadoff the first game. A lot more shifting in personnel for Dakota Wesleyan than for Doane, as really the only change is Germansky behind the dish, which affected the batting order a little bit, and we'll talk about that when Doane comes up to bat. Fastball up and away, ball 4. It'll be a 1-out walk as Moore will go to first. Jared Nealon will step into the box, the center fielder. With 1 out and 1 on here in the top of the first. Whitehouse comes set. First pitch is in there, strike 1. A good fastball on the outside corner. This is a 9-inning game. The second game of this doubleheader, as the first one was 7 innings. Doane won 5-0 if you're just tuning in the first game. Just misses the fastball. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Jake Smith, the third baseman, playing well off the bag to the shortstop side. About a step back from being even from the bag. Whitehouse throws over to first. Tremaine Moore gets back easily. 1-1 the count. Whitehouse from the stretch. Misses away, ball 2. Runner goes, fouled away. Tremaine Moore was kind of more like a delayed steal. He didn't get a crazy good jump. Part of that maybe with Whitehouse's move to first being wearisome of getting picked off. Germansky behind the plate here in game 2, the sophomore catcher. The 2-2. Grounded short. Anderson to Jackson. Jackson to first. Dug out by Yanez, but not in time. A very good play, but Nealon was able to beat the throw as Anderson had to drift to his third base side to field it, which added just a little bit of time, so it'll just be a fielder's choice. As that'll go 6-4 in the scorebook for the second out, and that'll put Nealon at first base as he'll swap positions with Moore. First pitch in there is a strike to Brandon Oropeza. Oropeza went 0 for 3 in game number 1. Breaking ball misses the outside corner. Tried to get the backdoor curveball in. Just didn't quite catch the plate. 1-1 the count. Whitehouse throws over. Good move, not in time. As it did kind of freeze up Nealon over at first base. Nealon still gets down to a decent lead. Whitehouse delivers up and away. Ball 2. Whitehouse comes set, and he throws over to first. Two balls, one strike, 2 out. Curveball doesn't get down, misses high. 3-1 now the count. Whitehouse has already walked one as he walked Moore, the second batter of the game. Nealon gets out to a decent lead. Whitehouse checks him and delivers. Ball belted into the gap. That's going to find grass, and it's going to go all the way past the glove of Jerry as Jerry will chuck it in, and that'll score Nealon all the way from first. The throw to third is not in time. So an RBI triple from Oropeza. Correction.
14, Zach Utecht.
No, an RBI triple from Oropeza, and that'll score Nealon from first, who got on by a fielder's choice, and it's 1-0 Dakota Wesleyan here in the first inning. Germansky came out and had a chat with Whitehouse on how he'll face the first baseman, Zach Utecht. First pitch misses wide. Whitehouse comes set in, delivers. A high pop-up will be snagged by Dewey in right field for out number 3.
1 run on 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base.
1 run on 1 hit
Go to the bottom of the first, the Tigers.
for Dakota Wesleyan. In the top of the first, we'll head to the bottom half of the inning. Tigers coming up next with Jake Smith, Tommy Anderson, and Kevin Clausen. You're watching the Doane Sports Network in Game 2 of the doubleheader here at the Doane Baseball and Softball Complex. Dylan Stademan is the starting pitcher for Dakota Wesleyan as he fires a first pitch strike to leadoff batter Jake Smith. As Smith lines one to right, but drifting over there is Moore, and Moore will make the catch for out number 1. So 2 pitches, 1 out for Stademan, and that'll bring up Tommy Anderson. And here's the lineup for Doane. Jake Smith, who just flew out to right, is batting first and playing third base. Batting second is Tommy Anderson playing shortstop. Batting third is the left fielder Kevin Clausen. Batting fourth, the DH Nathan Sliva. Batting fifth, first baseman Eduardo Yanez. Batting sixth is Chris Jackson, the second baseman. Batting seventh is Trent Jerry, the center fielder. Batting eighth is Evan Gramansky, the catcher. And rounding up the lineup and the 9th hole is Jacob Dewey, the right fielder. First pitch, a strike to Anderson. The windup by Stademan and the pitch. Line to right, and that ball will fall in front of Moore for a 1-out single.
Batting third, left fielder, number 20, Kevin Clausen.
Around the horn for Dakota Wesleyan behind the plate is Hartman Katz. At first is Zach Utek. At second is Reed Harder. Neugenhauer at shortstop. Brandon Oropeza at third base. Colton Boudreaux in left field. Jared Nealon in center field. And Tremaine Moore in right field. The first pitch is a ball to Kevin Clausen. Clausen went 1 for 4 in game 1. 1 for 3, rather. Anderson has a decent lead at first. Stademan fires over. Not in time. And the pitch. Misses low. Ball 2. Stademan has kind of a 3/4 arm slot from the right side. Ball 3. And we'll see if Clausen has the green light here with this 3-0 pitch. Anderson is perfect in stolen bases. He's had 6, has been caught stolen 0 times. He's at first, and that's ball 4 to Clausen. So with 1 out, the Tigers have runners on first and second, and that'll bring up Nathan Sliva, the DH. First pitch misses up and away from Stademan. And he misses again as Stademan is having a hard time finding the zone. And a high fly ball to left. And that'll be caught by Boudreaux, but tagging up is Anderson. And Clausen will stay at first. But good awareness by Anderson is that a lot of times is a tough place to tag up to left field. But it was hit deep enough, and with his speed, he'd go back and tag. And he was able to advance to third. So we runners on the corners with 2 outs for Eduardo Yanez. As Sliva just got under it enough to keep that ball in the ballpark. And as I mentioned, there's absolutely no wind. So maybe on a windier day, that ball could have carried. But nonetheless, we have 2 outs and runners on the corner. Stademan comes set, and the pitch misses wide. is batting .342 on the year. .333 when runners in scoring position. He calls time but isn't granted it. And then grounds the ball to short, and that'll be flipped over to second for out number 3.
For Doane, no runs on a hit, no errors, 2 left on base. We go to the second inning.
So no runs on 1 hit for Doane, and they leave 2 stranded on the corners. We'll head to the top of the second. 1-0 Dakota Wesleyan here in game 2. And James Williams, the 6th batter for Dakota Wesleyan in the DH, will step up against Whitehouse to start the second inning as Whitehouse misses away ball 1. Two and oh the count. Fastball right down the middle of strike 1. The 2-1 pitch. Lined foul over by the hitting facility. Big curveball just misses. And Whitehouse kind of snaps his glove as the throwback from Germansky. Maybe thought that should have rung him up. Full count and the pitch. Fly ball to center. Drifting way over to his right is Jerry, but he'll make the catch. I see a good beat on it for out number 1.
Number 4, Landon Nugenhauer.
That'll bring up Landon Nugenhauer, the shortstop. Big swing and a miss, strike 1. Nugenhauer was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts in game 1. Ball misses low. Lined up and the pitch. Lined right up the middle. And Jerry had a hard time handling it, but quickly recovered and fired it back in to hold Nugenhauer to just a single. Now bring up Hartman Katz, the catcher. Katz played 3rd in game 1, but is behind the plate here in game 2. Ball outside. Neugenhauer does have a pretty good lead at first. But Whitehouse does have a good move. And Whitehouse throws over. Not in time, but just trying to keep him honest. He throws over again as Neugenhauer just gets back. Whitehouse seems at least somewhat convinced that Neugenhauer might try to run here. Neugenhauer just continues to get a bigger lead. Ball outside as Whitehouse is having a hard time focusing on Hartman Katz. Big swing and a miss on the 2-0 pitch. Two balls, two strikes. Whitehouse delivers. And a bunt with two strikes. As Germansky, for whatever reason, decided not to throw to first. So I believe that'll go down as a single. But I don't know. Germansky, I feel like maybe could have got Katz out at first. It was just honestly a really big surprise that Katz would bunt with two strikes. And maybe he also is a catcher, so I don't think a lot of people were really predicting that would happen. And Germansky also looked at second base when he fielded it, which also took a couple seconds away from him. Tough situation there. There'll be runners at first and second for Reed Harder. First pitch misses. Strike one. No one holding Katz at first, able to get a pretty big lead. Count goes to 2-1. Whitehouse not necessarily moving quickly here. Just not having a hard time kind of getting into a rhythm. There's Whitehouse, and doesn't seem necessarily on the same page with Germansky. He gets a strike here to come back 3-2. As that was a big pitch. And Whitehouse could really use a double play here, as that would be very friendly and help him get back in the dugout as he's labored here in the second inning. Runners go. Dewey makes the catch, fires the first, long skip. Not in time, but a good job by Whitehouse to back up as Germansky was also there. So they get the out on the fly ball by Reed Harder. And they'll go back up to the top of the lineup to Colton Boudreaux. Dewey does not have an extremely strong arm as he came up firing, but Just could not record the out in time as Reed Harder was way off the bag at first. He had a chance to double him off, but it would have had to been a perfect throw. That'll bring up Colton Boudreaux with runners on first and second and 2 outs. First pitch is in there, strike one. High pop-up. Well, it looks like they're going to get out of the inning. It's
For Dakota Wesleyan, no runs on a couple
Trent
of
Jerry
hits,
snags
two runs on base.
the pop-up. And Whitehouse gets out of the jam with 2 hits but no runs here in the top of the second. We'll be back for Doane as they'll have Jackson, Jerry, and Germansky when we get back here on the Doane Sports Network. Chris Jackson will lead things off here for the Tigers as the Tigers stranded 2 in the first inning. Left runners at the corners. Jackson jumps on the first pitch and yanks it foul. Had a good look at a fastball from Stademan. Pulled it foul. Stademan winds and delivers. Like a changeup, missed the outside corner for ball 1. Jackson thought about a bunt. Not sure if he was, how serious he was about actually laying that down as he pulled it back. And a base hit from Jackson as he slaps one out to right field. He'll be on with a single, and that'll bring up Trent Jerry. And these are two guys that you'd expect maybe a little bit of small ball with. Either a possible bunt laid down by Jerry, maybe a steal by Jackson, or a hit and run. As Jerry has above average bat control and Jackson has good speed as well at first. And as Brandon Oropeza thinks that might be something that happens as well as he's playing in. Jackson is perfect so far on stolen bases. 4 stolen bases. He's been caught 0 times. Not a huge lead, though, over there at first. Jackson goes, and that ball is pulled to left, and that'll be a long run, but eventually tracked down by Boudreaux in left field. Jerry got a good piece of that fastball that caught a lot of the plate, but just was unable to get it over the head of Boudreaux as he got under it just a little bit, and that'll be out number 1. That'll bring up the catcher, Evan Germansky. Fastball misses inside. Germanski's batting .240 so far the year. He does have one home run. And that ball is hit down the line. That looks like it's going to roll all the way to the fence. Jackson's coming around third. He's going to get waved home by Elliot Engel. The throw to the plate is not going to be made, as Jackson will cruise in to home, as that ball was bobbled a little bit by the left fielder. Not sure if it would have mattered, as Germanski gets an RBI double.
Number 34, Ty Haase.
As Ty Haase will come on and run for him.
Batting ninth, the right
And
fielder,
it's now tied
Jacob
1-1.
Dewey.
As Jacob Dewey will come to the plate, looking to give the Tigers the lead. Strike on the outside corner to Dewey. Dewey had a good game in game number 1, as he had 2 singles. Fouled away, strike 2. So Dewey is finds himself behind the count 0-2 to Stademan. Fastball misses high. One and two pitch misses up and away. Ball 2. If Dewey were to get on, it'd be followed by Jake Smith. Line drive into left. That looks like it's going to get down. And being sent to home is Haase. The throw is going to be cut off and throw to home, and he is safe as he is able to get under the tag. And I'm very curious of why that throw got cut off. I think if it maybe would have been let go all the way to the plate, Haase might have been gunned at home. But nonetheless, Haase will score, and Dewey continues to work that left side of the field as he gets an RBI. And he's had a hot day. As once again, I told you, he was 2 for 3 in game number 1. And now has an RBI single, driving in Haase. And that little extra speed that no offense to Evan Germanski, but I doubt that he would have been able to get around to home on that base hit from Dewey. So the courtesy runner really pays off. And that'll be a run for the Tigers. It's now 2-1 Doane with Dewey on first and 1 out still. Stademan comes set. And the pitch. On the hands, and that'll fall in front of the left fielder. And here comes Dewey around to third. And somehow he avoids the tag. I have no idea why Dewey even went to third in the first place. Didn't look like Elliot Engel was sending him. I think that was something he decided to do on his own. The ball was right in front of him. And for some reason, the third baseman, Oropeza, ghost tagged Dewey. It looked like what happened is Jacob Dewey kind of stopped himself mid-slide and was able to hop over the tag. Oropeza did not give a single argument at all, which I believe, just knowing college kids, that he would have said something if that would have been an out. Jake Smith will advance to second on the throw. That's a single. So kind of wild turn of events here is the Tigers could have ran themselves, the Doane Tigers that is, could have ran themselves into 2 outs with Haase running home. And it's really kind of 2 defensive blunders for Dakota Wesleyan, as they decided to cut off the throw to home, and that allowed Haase to be safe at the plate. And then Dewey almost ran himself into an out at third and somehow made an athletic play to avoid the tag. And now there's going to be a conference at the mound with head coach John Greiser and his whole entire infield. And this is going to be time to break it up as the home plate umpire will go out and make order at the mound. Nonetheless, a wild inning, and Doane leads 2-1 and have runners at second and third with one out and Tommy Anderson at the plate. That ball was not hit very hard by Jake Smith, but he got it in on the hands and used his strength to lob it out there to the left field line and was able to be very smart as the throw went to third and he advanced to second. So a good piece of base running by Smith. Not so good of base running by Dewey, but he's at third safely anyways. So I guess he knew that was going to happen the whole time. Ball one in the dirt to Anderson. Second pitch is in there on the inside corner, strike one. Anderson went 1 for 4 in game one. Did come around to score once. Fastball on the outside corner, ball two. Clausen will follow Anderson. Pitch is low, ball three. So really, this count is in Anderson's hands as if he gets a pitch he likes, he could really do some damage here. And he walked him.
Left fielder Kevin Clausen.
Clausen is not a guy you want to put at the plate with one out and the bases loaded. As the wind up from Stadman, the inside pitch, strike one. Clausen has a .583 slugging, is batting a perfect 1,000 with the bases loaded, and let that be known. That's probably at limited appearances. A high fly ball to right. Drifting back and making a sliding grab is the right fielder Moore, and everybody tags up. And that is going to be a sac fly for Clausen as Dewey will come around and score. And everybody else will move up as Anderson made a very smart move and tagged up at first. Something you don't always see. And Smith moves to third on the fly ball. And it's now 3-1 Doane. So a very productive at bat for Clausen as he'll pick up the sac fly and get the RBI. I'll bring up Nate Sliva. Sliva is 0 for 1. One ball and a strike as Stadman's trying to get out of the second inning. Now has 2 outs. Going from the windup with runners on second and third. So that'll allow Anderson to really get a big secondary lead at second base. So you'd imagine any single, he should come around and score with his speed. Unless it's an infield hit. 2 balls and a strike. Stadman delivers. And it really kind of appears that Stadman is trying to guide the ball right now. He's not necessarily confident with his accuracy, and that's causing him to miss his spots here as he's down the count 3-1 to Sliva. Big cut was way out in front of that pitch with Sliva. And kind of looked like he maybe halfway through his swing decided he wasn't sure if he wanted to go. As the count's now full. And swung on and missed for strike 3. So 3 runs on 4 hits here as the Tigers open things up in the second inning. We'll go to the top of the third. Doane leads 3-1. You're watching the Doane Sports Network.
Right, once again, Doane baseball is stacking.
Jermaine Moore will lead things off for Dakota Wesleyan, down 3-1 as Whitehouse fires the first pitch strike. It'll be interesting to see if Whitehouse really settles down. He got out of a pretty big jam in the second inning and now has a 3-run lead as his offense was able to help him out in the bottom half of the second inning. Fly ball out of play. That can give a pitcher a lot of confidence when he just battles through an inning and then sees his team score 3 runs to put him up 3-1. It's a completely different ball game now that Whitehouse is pitching it. Whitehouse winds and delivers the 0-2 pitch. Curveball just got a piece of it as Moore, as that had some good late bite to it. But Moore was able to foul it off and stay alive. Moore walked his first time. He's had 1 hit and 2 walks so far today. He's gotten on base 3 times. The windup and the pitch. Slow grounder is going to roll foul. So Tremaine Moore will get a nice little brisk jog to first base and have to walk back to the batter's box as he was busting that down the line in case it didn't roll foul. Still alive, 0-2 the count on Moore. The 0-2 pitch. Golfed from a low inside pitch. Yanez is drifting back, and he'll lose sight of that one. It's going to drop as he got really turned around. I believe that's going to be ruled a hit for Moore.
Center fielder Jarrett Nealon.
Looked like Yanez just maybe turned around kind of the wrong way. And then when he was trying to readjust, got tangled up and had a hard time tracking the ball. It was in a tough spot. And that's a tough play for a first baseman to go straight back on a ball that's hit right over his head. It's a play you'd like to see your first baseman make, but it is not an easy play by any means. Unfortunate for Whitehouse because he made a very good pitch with 2 strikes. That really, Moore had a tough, it was honestly surprising Moore could even put a bat on that ball as it was almost by his shoes. And Nealon jumps ahead in the count 2-0. He reached on a fielder's choice his first time up, but eventually came around to score for the lone Dakota Wesleyan run. Ball is belted to center field. And a diving effort by Jerry, and it'll fall on the warning track. Coming around to score will be Moore. And no throw made by Anderson as a stand-up RBI double for Nealon as he got all of that one. And smoked it past the center fielder, Trent Jerry.
The third baseman, Brandon Oropeza.
Still nobody out. And Dakota Wesleyan now down by 1 with a score of 3-2. And that, you'll look back at that play that Yanez had a chance to make, and now it's nobody out with a runner on second in a 1-run ball game. Rather it being a stand-up double with nobody on and 1 out, as that ball gets off the glove of Germansky and skips back to the fence. I believe that's going to be a pass ball as that glanced off the glove of Germansky. It's a little bit of defensive struggles here for the Tigers, and the third inning, Germansky will go talk to him. Comes set and pitches. Breaking ball pulled foul by Oropeza. Oropeza had a triple in the first inning and an RBI. Nealon on third, nobody out. 1-1 the count. Curveball grounded right back at Whitehouse. He makes an athletic play, looks the runner back, and throws the ball over to first. So Whitehouse helps himself with a very good defensive play, showing his athleticism for the first out. And that'll be ruled 1-3 for the first out, and that'll bring up Zach Utek, the first baseman. Once again, good play by Whitehouse to jump up and snag that ball and look back the runner Nealon at third and fire over to Yanez for out number 1. Big curveball in there. Strike 1. It seems like Whitehouse is starting to get more comfortable with that pitch as this game is going on, as he was not throwing that for strikes earlier. The 0-1 is the curveball again. That's going to go to second. Jackson's going to let the run score but get the out. And the Tigers concede a run for an out. And it's now a tie ball game at 3-3. After the RBI ground out by Utek. So Utek does his job with a ground ball to the right side, scoring Nealon, and we now have 2 outs and nobody on in a tie ball game. That'll bring up James Williams, the DH. Misses up and away. Caught a lot of the plate, maybe just was a little bit high. That's going to be tough for either pitchers, though, if they're not getting strikes called on pitches like that. It must be noted that Evan Germansky is a little bit of a smaller frame behind the plate, which at times can cause the strike zone to shrink it. 2-1 pitch. Misses low and in. The 3-1. Fly ball to right. Going back is Dewey. He's got a good beat on it. And off his glove into the fence. Dewey did everything right tracking that ball, but just was unable to make the grab. And And a good throw to the cutoff. The throw to third is not in time. That'll be a 2-out triple by Williams.
Shortstop.
A good effort by Jacob Dewey, just unable to fully extend and make the catch. He had a beat on it from the crack of the bat. That was a good piece of hitting by Williams to send the ball the other way. As Coach Oltmans will go talk to Aaron Whitehouse. And not sure if there's activity going on in the bullpen, but I'd imagine that could be a possibility. Oltmans just talking to Germansky and Whitehouse as the defense will do their own thing. Coach John Greiser will take this opportunity to talk to the batter, Landon Niegenhauer. Tie ball game in the third. This is going to be a 9-inning affair. As we're back to action, as Niegenhauer will step in the box with 2 outs and a runner on third. Curveball in there, strike one. And Whitehouse has had good success with that curveball, and maybe that's something that Coach Oltmans mentioned. If that pitch is looking good today, maybe you want to ride it a little more. As he throws back-to-back curveballs, Dewey drifting to the line on a fly ball, and he'll make the catch for out number 3.
Wesleyan, 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors, 1 left.
So 2 runs on 3 hits as Dakota Wesleyan directly answers Doane, and we're now tied at 3 heading into the bottom of the third. You're watching the Doane Sports Network here on YouTube. Eduardo Yanez will start things off against Stademan here in the bottom of the third in a 3-3 ball game. Takes a big cut at the first pitch, a little bit tardy, so he fouls it away. Yanez batting .338 on the year. 5 big flies. Hard hit ground ball, but right at the third baseman, Oropeza, he gets a nice hop and throws it over to first for out number 1.
Second baseman, Chris Jackson.
That'll bring up Chris Jackson, who had a single and a run scored his first time up in the second inning. Stademan's first offering catches the inside part of the plate. Line drive to left and caught by Boudreaux for out number 2.
Center fielder Trent Jerry.
And Trent Jerry, the center fielder, will step into the box. First pitch in there, strike one. One ball, one strike. Stadman winds and delivers. Ground ball right back at him. He'll jog it halfway over to first, make an underhand pitch that almost wasn't good, but 1, 2, 3 go the Tigers, and we'll head to the top of the fourth, tied at 3. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. Don't go anywhere. Hartman Katz will lead things off for Dakota Wesleyan here in the top of the fourth. He tries to square around and bunt, and that'll drop foul. It remains when he tried to make an effort on the pop-up. High fly ball to center. Jerry will make the catch for out number one. Reed Harder, the second baseman, will step into the box. He flew out to center his first time. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses high. The 1-1. Curveball misses inside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Fastball fouled away. Count goes to 1-2. The 2-2 from Whitehouse. Curveball misses way outside. Pete Harder fights all the way back and walks on
The
a
left
pitch
fielder,
low and
Colton
in.
Boudreaux.
That'll bring up Colton Boudreaux, the leadoff hitter. You would imagine that Doane would not be afraid to go to the pen early if they have to with the complete game that we saw in Game 1 by Caleb Godekin. I'd imagine that's allowed him to maybe have a shorter leash with Whitehouse that they'd want. We'll see how that plays out, but Whitehouse, for the time being, is trying to get Colton Boudreaux out, who's 1 for 2. Correction, 0 for 2 so far on the day. So Whitehouse has had success against him the first 2 times up, but he's now down to 2-0 as he steps back on the rubber. Whitehouse comes set. And gets a strike on the outside corner. The pitch. High fly ball to the gap. Drifting over is Dewey. He's got a good read on it. He'll make the catch. Good read by Dewey. As it was hit into the gap, and he did not miss a beat. Gliding over there. They do have good speed on that side between him and Jerry. Dewey was able to make the catch for out number 2. That'll bring up Tremaine Moore. Ground ball off the glove of Yanez. And an errant throw by Jackson will allow the runners to move up, and Germansky makes a smart decision just to hold on to the ball, as that could have gotten ugly if he would have tried to make the throw to second. Tremaine Moore will get to second, and then it'll allow Harder to get all the way to third.
Center fielder Jared Nealon.
There's at least 1 error on the play. There could be 2. As I'm not sure how they're going to rule the ground ball on Yanez. I believe that's going to be a single with an error on the throw that allowed the runners to advance. And that, yes, that has been decided as the official ruling. So Moore got to first on the single, and he was able to advance 1 base on the throwing error by Jackson, which also allowed Harder to get to third. Runners on second and third, 2 outs, with Jared Nealon at the plate. And here comes out Oltmans again. And like I said, Caleb Godekin, complete game shutout in Game 1, only allowed 4 hits, which gave a tremendous rest to the bullpen of Doane, which really, especially with no game yesterday, I'd imagine wasn't strained in the first place. So that's even more of a help. So Oltmans does have weapons in his use to go to if he decides in this 3-3 ball game. Nealon doubled his last time up and got an RBI. Whitehouse will come set. First pitch is a curveball in there, strike 1, and he has done fairly well with that pitch. And with Nealon being a good fastball hitter, I wouldn't be surprised if he maybe relies on that breaking ball here. Good stop by Germansky, as the pitch was at the feet of Nealon. And Germansky saved a run. 3-3 ball game, top of the 4th. 2 on, 2 out. and timeout called. Once again, it's hard to tell what the level of activity in the Tigers bullpen and the Doane Tigers bullpen is. Is that curveball gets the back door, and that's a good pitch. And we'll see what Whitehouse tries to do here, if he'll stick with the soft stuff or maybe try to surprise a fastball past Nealon here on the 1-2 pitch. And I'm sure that's what him and Germansky are deciding about right now. And Whitehouse gets the sign and delivers. Another curveball grounded to third. Fielded by Smith. Low throw, dug out by Yanez. And that'll be out number 3.
No runs on a hit, 1 Tiger error, 2 left
So
on
no
base.
runs on a hit and an error, and that'll do it for the threat from Dakota Wesleyan in the top of the 4th. Here come the Tigers in the bottom half. They'll have Germansky, Dewey, and Smith in the bottom of the 4th. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. Whitehouse gets out of the jam in the top of the 4th, and Doane will now be up in the bottom half of the inning, still tied 3-3 as Evan Germansky will lead things off. And this part of the order has done some damage as Germansky had a double his first time up against Stadaman, and as well did Dewey, who's following him. These two guys will like to try to make some noise against Stadaman in the bottom of the 4th. Germansky watches the first pitch pass ball, takes the second pitch high. Takes inside. 3-0. And the first pitch was actually a ball. My apologies for that. Now a 3-0 count on Germansky. And I'd imagine he was going to take all the way there, and he does for a strike. Big cut by Germansky, a little out in front of it. Count goes to 3-2. Germansky's only walked 3 times, struck out 14. Misses high, and Germansky will trot to first with a walk. So Germansky picks up his 4th walk of the year, and Dewey will step into the box. And Haase is going to run. Ty Haase is going to run for Germansky, which changes things fairly dramatically. As Coach Oltmans can get a little creative now with Haase at first and Dewey at the plate. Very good speed. Stadaman takes a look at Haase, takes another look, and fires. Slide step, misses outside. Stadaman is very quick to the plate, so Doane should be wearisome of that. 3-3 ball game, bottom of the 4th. One ball, 1 strike. Stadaman comes set. Dewey squares around and bunts and misses it. Very interesting was the second baseman came charging. You don't see that a lot. Usually you see the corners come charge and the middle infielders go cover bases. But, everybody does stuff differently, so interesting proposition there is Reed Harder came sprinting into the infield, and maybe that distracted Dewey just enough to where he missed that bunt because it distracted me. Stademan comes set, checks Haase, and Dewey smacks the ball to right. High fly ball will be caught by Moore. Dewey got a good piece of that, but just got a little bit under it for out number 1. That'll bring up Jake Smith. Out in front of the first pitch, strike 1. Smith is 1 for 2. He's singled in the second. Haase is perfect on stolen bases this year, but only has 1 stolen bag, so take that for what it's worth. And almost picked off as Haase. As the first step was not in the right direction there as Stademan went throwing over to first. And luckily he's like 6'5", and was able to lunge back towards the bag. And again, as Haase makes sure he comes back standing this time as he was a little bit more alert. 0-1 the count to Smith. 1 out, Haase on first, 3-3 ball game. Slide step in, the pitch misses low and away. Both pitchers in this game haven't had what looks to be their best stuff, but have been grinding through some situations that could have been a lot worse. Stademan comes set at the belt, checks the runner 4 times, and delivers low and in. Snap throw to first, just in there as Haase is. He's flirted with being rung up twice now. As Coach Brad Powell goes and tries to give him some advice. Stademan's comes set and delivers. Line drive in the gap. Good piece of hitting from Smith. Here comes Haase around second. He'll go to third. He's going to be waved home by Engel. Here comes Haase. Smith is going to round second and head to third, and that's an RBI triple from Jake Smith as Haase comes cruising in to score, and it's a 4-3 lead for Doane here in the bottom of the 4th. That's a good piece of hitting by Jake Smith to stay with that low and away pitch and send it right to the gap. And Doane now leads 4-3. So Haase, who is running for Germansky, will come around and score. And that'll bring up Tommy Anderson as Smith is at third with 1 out. First pitch is a strike. Infield playing in, but not at the point to where they can't elect to throw to first, as they're about even with the bag everywhere. So I'd imagine a hard hit ball, they'll come home. Be kind of a judgment call for the Dakota Wesleyan infield. As we saw Doane give up a run for an out to tie the game at 3. Fastball misses way high from Stademan. Looked to really slip out of his hands there. And the pitch. Ground ball over the head of Oropeza, who is not a short guy. So took a very big hop, and that's an RBI single for Anderson in a situation where I'm sure he wasn't necessarily happy with how hard he hit that one, but he'll take the RBI in the single. And it's 5-3 with Kevin Clausen stepping up in the box. And just like that, some activity will happen in a hurry in the Dakota Wesleyan bullpen as some guys sprint out towards there. So we'll give you updates on that when we can. Stadman will step off. Stadman comes set. Low and away to Clausen. Clausen had a sacrifice fly his last time up. Good piece of hitting. Got the job done with the bases loaded. High fly ball to left. Looks like he's going to stay in the yard. And drifting over off the glove of Bordeaux. And that'll be a very long single for Clausen, I believe. That'll be ruled a single, as it was going to be a very tough play from Bordeaux, especially the way he kind of took that route towards us. He had to jump and eventually hit the warning track. So a single for Clausen.
Designated hitter Nathan Sliva.
And that'll bring up Nathan Sliva. That ball just seemed to just hang up in the air for a long time on a much windier day that could have left the park. And it almost did. It just kind of hung up in the sky for a long time. Was a tough ball to read for Bordeaux, and he had a hard time tracking that one. Clausen will take the single. First and second, one out, still 5-3 as Nate Sliva steps in. He's 0 for 2 on the day. Popped up. Somebody's going to have to make chase to it, and it's going to be Jared Nealon, the center fielder, will eventually get there and make the catch route number 2. Big swing by Yanez. Strike 2 on the outside corner. And if you're facing Yanez, that's kind of where you want to live, is on the outside part of the plate as he punishes the ball middle in. But has a tendency to roll over on those outside pitches. Upstairs, ball 1. Yanez is 0 for 2. Grounded to a fielder's choice in the first inning and grounded out to third his second time up. And that ball is belted towards the gap, and that ball is going deep, way back, and gone! Yanez, a 3-run homer, and that really opens things up as he really made him pay on a pitch that caught way too much of the plate. And he'll trot around to score as that's a 3-run homer, and it's now 8-3 Doane, and that's the 6th of the year for Eduardo Yanez.
3-run home run for Eduardo Yanez. The second baseman, Chris Jackson.
And Chris Jackson will follow that up as he'll step into the box after the 3-run homer. Stadman's given up 8 and still has not gotten through the 4th inning. There's still activity in the bullpen. Dakota Wesleyan trying to avoid a doubleheader sweep here as they lost the first game 5-0. 0-2 the count. Just misses the outside corner. Line drive gets past the second baseman as Jackson's had 2 hits right up to the same spot there. And he'll cruise into first, the 2-out single, and the rally continues. And looks like we're going to have a call to the bullpen here as the lefty is going to come to the mound. We'll get his name right after a short break, and we'll be right back here on the Doane Sports Network. Tigers lead. Doane Tigers, that is, 8-3. And the new pitcher for Dakota Wesleyan is Dylan Campbell, the left-hander, as Trent Jerry will be his first opponent here in the fourth inning, as he needs 1 out to get out of the inning. And all he has to do is throw 1 pitch because Jackson is caught stealing. So 5 runs on 5 hits for Doane on the big 3-run fly by Eduardo Yanez. And Doane leads 8-3. And we'll be right back here for the bottom of the 5th. Correction, the top of the 5th here on the Doane Sports Network. Brendan Pisa will lead things off for Dakota Wesleyan here against Aaron Whitehouse. And working in his 5th inning of work, we have the final stat line for Stadman. We'll read that to you in a second, as the curveball misses just a little bit upstairs. Stadman went 3 2/3 inning, gave up 10 hits, 8 earned runs, 3 walks, and 1 strikeout. As of now, he is the pitcher of record for Dakota Wesleyan. High fly ball in the center. Jerry will cruise on underneath it for out number 1. And Brendan Oropesa is retired for out number 1. First pitch to Waddle is in there, strike 1. Correction, first pitch to Zach Utek is in there, ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, as Whitehouse delivers a curveball in there for a strike. Fastball misses low and in. Curveball, big swing and a miss. Strike 3 for the second out. I'll bring up James Williams, the DH. Fly ball to center. That's going to be a tough route for Jerry, and it'll fall. He'll get the ball in quickly to hold Williams to just a double, as Williams got a good piece of that fastball from Whitehouse. Curveball low. One ball, 1 strike. Whitehouse comes set. Curveball to right. Dewey's going to fire home, but cut off by Yanez, and that'll score Williams. On the RBI single from Neugenhauer.
Catcher, Hartman Katz.
I'll bring up Hartman Katz. 1 for 2 on the day. First pitch fouled away. And there's strike two. The 0-1. Runner goes. Germansky fires to second. The throw is on time for out number 3. A good throw by Germansky. Even a little bit on the first base side of the bag, but a good job to get the tag down by Jackson. And the last out made on a steal. 8-4 after 1 run on 2 hits from Dakota Wesleyan. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th here on the Doane Sports Network. Campbell's first pitch is in there to Jerry. Curveball misses outside. Big swing and a miss, strike 2. Fastball misses upstairs. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Ground ball to short. And time.
Catcher Evan
As Neugenhauer got him out by a step. That'll bring up Evan Germansky, who's came around to score twice with a triple and a walk. Correction, a double and a walk. One ball, 1 strike on Evan Germansky. Two balls, one strike is Campbell winds and delivers. Ball misses outside, and Germansky will walk as it was actually 3-1.
Jacob Dewey.
And that'll bring up Jacob Dewey with one on and one out. Line drive right at the shortstop. And an attempt to double off Haase, who was running for Germansky, is just not in time as the throw was low.
Running at first base for Germansky, number 34, Ty Haase. Now batting for the Tigers, third baseman, Jake Smith.
That'll bring up Jake Smith with 2 out. Smith has a triple, a single, and his 2 for 3 effort so far. Fastball in there for a strike. Oh, to the count on Smith. As Campbell comes set and delivers. Haase goes. The throw to second is not in time as the short hop made it tough for Reed Harder to get the tag down in time. And Haase was able to slide in there safely for his second stolen base of the year. High fly ball to left center. A diving attempt by the left fielder Bordeaux, and it falls. And Smith continues to have a great day with the RBI double. And it's now 9-4 as Smith is 3 for 4 on the day with a double, a triple, and a single. So just a home run away from the cycle is Jake Smith. So he picks up his second RBI on the day. And that'll bring up Tommy Anderson, who has a perfect 2 for 2 with 2 singles and a walk. So the bats have really been alive so far today in the second game for the Tigers. First pitch in there, strike 1. Ground ball, high chopping ground balls. The throw is offline, and that'll be a single for Anderson.
The left fielder, Kevin Clausen.
Smith will move to third. I'll bring up Kevin Clausen. So 3 singles on the day for Anderson. Campbell throws over, nothing doing. Big swing and a miss by Clausen. I'm sure that fastball looked good, but it was upstairs. Anderson with a big lead at first. Another high fastball fouled away by Clausen. Fastball up and away, ball one. Campbell toes the rubber. Comes set. Anderson goes. On the pitch in the dirt, he'll cruise to second base. So Anderson at second, Smith at third. And the count's now full. Fouled away. Clausen stays alive at the offering from Campbell. Just barely fouled it away. And he takes the walk on the off-speed pitch from Campbell. And the bases are loaded.
Designated hitter, Nathan Sliva.
That'll bring up Nathan Sliva, who's 0 for 3. Curveball doesn't catch the zone. Campbell winds and delivers. Catches the outside corner, strike one. The 1-1 gets past the catcher, and that'll be a run for Smith as Katz had a hard time getting in front of that one. That'll be a wild pitch. Will score Smith, and everybody else will move up. 10-4, Doane leads. Fastball inside for a ball, 3-1 the count. And he walked him. That'll be a meeting at the mound as Eduardo Yanez got a 3-run home run his last time up. Will step up with the bases loaded in a 10-4 ball game. With the ability to really open this one up. And they're done with the meeting.
Now batting the first baseman, Eduardo Yanez.
Wind up in the pitch. Jumped on by Yanez, but way out in front for strike one as he fouled it away. Wind up in the 0-1 pitch. Fouled straight back. Big cut by Yanez as he is maybe frustrated that he thinks he missed one there as he walks down the first base line. Off the hands, and that'll be caught by the first baseman Utek, and that'll end the inning.
2 hits, no errors, 3 left on base. We go to the 6th inning.
2 runs on 2 hits. 10-4 Tigers. Doane Tigers. We'll be back. For the top of the 6th, you're watching the Doane Sports Network. And that'll do it for Aaron Whitehouse as Marty Schilt will be the reliever here in the 6th inning with a 10-4 lead. Schilt has a 9 ERA. Pitched in 6 innings, given up 7 hits, 6 earned runs, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks. The first pitch is a ball. Whitehouse's day is done as he pitched 5 innings, gave up 4 earned runs, 9 hits, 1 strikeout, 2 walks. And we'll toss things over to Schilt, who hums a strike on the inside part of the plate. Ground ball. Schilt will try to field it himself, and he boots it. And that'll be an error. E1, allowing Cats to advance to first.
Running for Cats at first base, number 1, Gerard Sands. Now batting for Dakota Wesleyan.
Schilt is
Second baseman,
listed as a right-handed pitcher / utility. He's a freshman from Pleasantdale, Nebraska. Stands at 6 foot tall. watch me. Germansky will go talk to Schilt, probably tell him, just calm down about the air and attack this batter as he'll go after Reed. Harder, who's 0 for 1 with a flyout and a walk. Gerard Zins is now the runner at first as he subbed on for a courtesy run for Katz. 0-1 the count. Schilt just misses ball 1. Won the count. Schilt delivers. Low, ball 2. Ground ball to second. Jackson gets tripped up, tries to make the throw. And that'll put Harder at first and Katz at second.
Left fielder Colton Boudreaux.
They'll bring up Colton Boudreaux. As that'll be ruled a single. There'll be runners on first and second. At the top of the lineup, Colton Boudreaux. Germansky apparently saw something he needed to tell Schlitt because he sprinted out there in a flash. So he'll jog back to behind the dish and we'll reorganize and do it again. Schlitt comes set. Corners are in. In my personal opinion, I'm a little confused of why Boudreaux would bunt unless he's going to bunt for a hit down 10-4 in the 6th inning. But nonetheless, the corners think he's going to bunt and he squared around the first pitch and the count's 1-0. And Germansky, just missed the tag, and a great play by Germansky first off to make the stop, and then at second base was Gerard Zins, who thought about going and got caught up in the middle, and Germansky threw a seed to second base, but just unable to get the tag just a little bit out of position was Tommy Anderson. Count 2-0. And Yanez is way in at first base. Smith will step on third, throw to first. In time for a double play as Smith goes and touches third base and fires over to Yanez, who was way in and had to sprint to first base to get on the bag and did a good job to hang on the bag. So after two, what you can kind of call defensive blunders, Schlitt gets a big help by Jake Smith on a double play. Curveball in there, strike one. As Tremaine Moore is in the box as Schlitt comes set. No balls, 2 strikes. Schilt comes set. Slide step delivers, fouled straight back and out of play. Schilt comes set. No balls, 2 strikes to pitch. Swung on and missed. Fastball high, blew past him. So with help from a double play, Schilt gets out of the inning with no runs on a hit in the air. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Doane leads 10-4. Chris Jackson leads things off here in the bottom of the 6th against Dylan Campbell as he takes the first pitch for a ball. Dylan Campbell winds and delivers. Fouled straight back by Jackson. High fly ball. Drifting over is Bourne. He'll make the catch.
Center fielder Trent Jerry.
That'll bring up Trent Jerry. Jerry squared around, pulled it back. Looked like he was trying to bunt for a hit. Jerry is 0 for 3 with a flyout and 2 groundouts. Campbell gets a sign, winds, and delivers the pitch upstairs. Jerry ahead in the count 2-0. Batting .260 this year is Jerry as he takes low for a ball. And it's now 3-0. And I'd imagine that Jerry is probably going to take all the way here with a 3-0 pitch. Wind in the pitch. Just misses for ball 4, so a 4-pitch walk to Jerry. He's not a guy you necessarily want to walk with his speed on the base pass. That'll bring up Germansky. Jerry is 1 for 1 on stolen bases this year. Snap throw not in time. Good throw by Katz, but Jerry was able to get back in there. Germansky is 1 for 1 with 2 walks. Came in with only 3 walks and 14 strikeouts. Now has almost doubled it in one game. One ball, 1 strike. The pitch misses outside. A little bit of action in Dakota Wesleyan bullpen as there's 2 righties warming up currently. Campbell comes set. Strike on the inside corner. That ball had a little late life on it. Germansky gave up early and takes a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jerry at first, 1 out. Ground ball to short. This could be 2. To second. And to first for the double play. 6-4-3 will end the inning. Neugenhauer to Reed to UTEC. So no runs on no hits. Only the walk, and it's 10-4 Tigers. Doane Tigers as we head into the 7th inning. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. pitch is a strike. The 0-1 is grounded to short. Anderson will take the high hop and throw it across the diamond to Yanez for out number 1.
Third baseman Brandon Oropeza.
It's a good pitch efficiency by Schilt there to retire Nealon. And Oropeza will step up for Dakota Wesleyan. The count. Fouled away. Two balls, one strike. Schilt misses high and away. And he walked him. That'll bring up Zach Utek, the first baseman. 0 for 3 today, a fly out, a ground out, and a strikeout. Low and in. As Schilt gets the sign again. Hits the outside corner with a strike. And he hit him. So a walk and a hit batsman for Schilt, and that'll get him a visit by the skipper. So 2 free base runners for Dakota Wesleyan in the 7th. The meeting's over.
The designated hitter, James Williams.
And James Williams will step in the box with runners on first and second and 1 out. Williams has a triple and a double and a 2 for 3 effort. Ground ball is short. Gets through the hole, and everybody will move up a spot. So it looked like initially that ball was hit more towards Anderson, but it was hit right through the hole between Anderson and Jackson, as Anderson was playing
The shortstop,
him to
Nugenhauer.
playing Williams to pull, and Williams will get the single, and everybody will move up a spot. Bases are loaded as Landon Nugenhauer will step into the box, the shortstop. Schilt's first pitch is in there for a strike on a swing. Nugenhauer is 2 for 3 as has 2 singles and an RBI. Ground ball to third. Smith will come home and throw it wide. And that'll score a run in a 10-4 ball game. Maybe you want to take the out.
Catcher Hartman Katz.
That'll bring Oropeza around to score. It's a 10-5 ball game and the bases are still loaded. After the throwing error. As Schilt misses low. Two. 2-0 the count on Hartman Katz, the catcher. Make it 3-0. Three-0 pitch from Schilt. Catches the inside corner, strike one. And he walked him. UTEC will come around to score. Williams will move to third. Nugenhauer will move to second. And Katz will be on first with the walk and the RBI. And it looks like a lefty is going to come in, as that'll do it for Schilt. As Schilt goes 1 1/3, gives up 2 runs, both of those non-earned, but the day is not officially over for Schilt as he leaves inherited runners out there.
Doane, number 15, Jacob Trujillo.
As Jacob Trujillo is going to come in and relieve the lefty. We'll be right back as it's called to the bullpen on the Doane Sports Network here on YouTube. Tyler Waddle will come in and bat for Harder. Waddle played shortstop the first game. He'll come in to pitch hit in the 9 spot with the bases loaded against Drake Trujillo, the relief pitcher. Trujillo has a 2-1 record with a 5.95 ERA in 19 and 2/3 inning work. He's been a workhorse for the Tigers out of the pen. Warming up. 22 hits, 13 earned runs, 20 strikeouts, and 3 walks. The 0-1 pitch is up and away. It'll be Waddle in the top of the lineup. 1 out, bases loaded. 10-6, Doane leads. Fouled away. Trilo misses outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two-two. The pitch. In the dirt. Good stop by Germansky. Count goes to full. The last thing that Trilo can afford to do here is walk in another run. Trilo comes set. And the pitch. Fouled away. The 3-run home run looks huge now for Yanez as Doane is up 4. Trilo gets a new baseball. Trilo comes set. The full count pitch. Hit very well to right, and that's going to get over Dewey's head. 1 will score. 2 will score. And there's nobody at second as Waddle went way around second base trying to stretch it to third. But Katz was held up at third, and it's now 10-8 on the 2 RBI double from the pinch hitter Waddle. So the move to pinch hit Waddle pays off as he gets a double and 2 RBIs. And that's 4 runs and counting so far scored by Dakota Wesleyan here in this 7th inning. Katz is on third, Waddle on second. And we're going to have another mound visit. James Ramos will come on in the 7th inning. Runners at second and third, 1 out in a 10-8 ball game, and face Colton Boudreaux, the leadoff hitter here in the 7th inning. Line drive to left is foul, as Boudreaux jumped on a first pitch fastball from Ramos. James Ramos has a 10.64 ERA on the year, 1.73 WHIP, 2-3 on the year in 11 innings pitched, given up 15 hits, yielded 13 earned runs with 14 strikeouts to 4 walks. He has given up 5 home runs on the year. Ramos comes set and fires. Ground ball to the right side. Yanez. Not in time. And it looked to appear that they got him by about a step after Yanez got up and tried to flip to Ramos. Or a half a step, but nonetheless, a run will score. A run would have scored anyways. But that out could have been crucial to get the second out of the inning, as Coach Oltmans is going to go have a chat with the field umpire. That'll be a single for Boudreaux and an RBI, and it's 10-9. Conference with the umpires relatively quick as Oltmans comes back to the dugout. And Tremaine Moore will step into the box for Dakota Wesleyan. And a good pitch by Ramos. Jammed Boudreaux, got the ground ball. Just couldn't quite get Boudreaux in time. Moore squares around a bunt, pulls it back. Ramos comes set. Moore squares around a bunt and then takes a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Moore is 2 for 3 with a walk, 2 singles, and a strikeout. Runner goes, ground ball through the hole, and then we have a tie ball game. In this inning so far, there's been 5 runs on 3 hits and 1 error. And Dakota Wesleyan continues to fight in the 7th inning, and the 7th inning has looked like it could never end. That's the way it's going. Moore at first, Boudreaux at second. Nealon at the plate as the first pitch from Ramos is low and in. Ground ball foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ground ball to short. Anderson to second. And that's all they'll get on the fielder's choice for the second out. So Moore is out on second.
Third baseman Brandon Oropesa.
Doane will replace him at first. That'll bring up Brandon Oropeza, runners on first and third with 2 outs. Fastball gets away from Germansky. He's got a chance. Save! Is Boudreaux, who got in there just under the tag of Ramos, who was going to cover home. And it's now 11-10. Dakota Wesleyan, and that is their 6th run of the inning. Fly ball. Dewey is drifting under it. He'll make the catch, and after one heck of a 7th inning, 6 runs on 4 hits and 1 Doane, and it's now 11 to 10. Dakota Wesleyan. We'll be right back for the bottom of the 7th here on the Doane Sports Network. And Jacob Dewey will lead things off and try to swing the momentum after a 7-run top of the 7th for Dakota Wesleyan that has them ahead 11 to 10. As pitching again today in relief is Steven Sagasti, who pitched in game 1 of the doubleheader in relief. First pitch is a ball to Dewey. The 1-0 is hit to right, and selling under it will be Moore for out number 1.
Third baseman Jake Smith.
That'll bring up Jake Smith. Smith is 1 for 3. Sagasti steps off. Steps off again. Steps on. Pitches. Curveball in there, strike 1. Sagasti gets the sign, winds, and delivers. Curve ball. Strike 2. We'll see if he goes right back to that curveball again for a third time or if he tries to sneak a fastball past Smith. Smith has been having a great day at the plate, 3 for 4. A triple, a double, and a single, a home run away from the cycle. Has scored twice and has 2 RBIs. And something's happening between the umpires. The first base umpire yelled at the home plate umpire. They're going to meet halfway. I think what they're talking about through a body language is Sagasti was about 6 inches off the rubber, apparently, possibly. Or that could be completely wrong, but field umpire did make a notion with his hands. 1-2 is inside. Brushback pitch to Smith. See, he just got out of the way of that one. Count goes to 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. To third. Oropeza across the diamond for out number 2.
Shortstop Tommy Anderson.
That'll bring Tommy Anderson up to the plate. Breaking ball for the first pitch just misses. Anderson is 3 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored, 3 singles. Backs him back with a fastball. Sagasti winds and delivers. Misses, lone away, ball 3, and the count's now 3-0. It has been a fairly tight zone all day, which has somewhat contributed to the way things have gone. But that pitch is a strike, so that's good. Count goes to 3-1. And just as I said, it was a tight zone, a pitch upstairs and in. With a 3-0 pitch is a strike and the 3-1 pitch from Sagasti. Inside ball 4, and Anderson will walk to first. And that'll bring up Kevin Clausen. Clausen 1 for 1 with 4 plate appearances. A sac fly and an RBI, a single, and 2 walks. So a very businessman-like day for Clausen so far. Good patience at the plate, did his job with a sac fly. Anderson, 8 stolen bases, hasn't been caught once. Has a good lead at first, throw to pickoff, not in time. Big swing and a miss by Clausen, was fooled by an off-speed pitch. Sagasti comes set. The pitch. Curveball. Catches the outside corner. Breeze picking up just a little bit. 1-2 misses high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ball pulled away foul. Clausen staying alive. And lined right at the shortstop. Hit very well by Clausen, but right at Waddle. No runs, no hit, no errors. 1 left on. We'll head to the top of the 8th. Dakota Wesleyan leads 11-10.
In a doubleheader here at the baseball.
First pitch from Ramos to Zach Utek, who will lead things off for Dakota Wesleyan. Is low, ball 1. Two balls, no strikes. Ramos finds the inside corner with the fastball. 2-1 now the count. If you're just joining us, it's been a crazy ball game. Doane commanded the whole first half. Yes, he did go around. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Doane controlled the first half with a 3-run second, a 5-run fourth, and a 2-run fifth. And was in commanding lead until Dakota Wesleyan had a 7-run top of the 7th. And it's now 11-10 Dakota Wesleyan. Ground ball towards second, diving effort by Jackson. That ball will get through into right field for a leadoff single for Utek. And just looking at the lines for Doane, 10 runs on 12 hits with 3 errors and 8 left. For Dakota Wesleyan, 11 runs on 14 hits with 0 errors and 8 left. Zach Williams squared around a bunt, and the pitch almost drilled him. He was able to somehow get out of the way of that pitch. It's kind of a scary moment for a second. And again, he squares the bunt and gets a little bit of some chin music. Ramos trying to bust him inside. Well, he might not need to bunt if he can walk, and GPAC can move up to second with Williams not giving himself up. Now the count's 3-0. And he walks.
Shortstop Landon Nugenhauer.
Williams squared around 4 times and took all 4 of those times for balls. And that is runners on first and second after a ground ball through the hole of first and second and a walk. There's 2 on with nobody out in the 8th. Man. Now batting is Landon Nugenhauer, who squared around a bunt. He honestly should have pulled back as well, so that would have been a ball. He fouled it straight back. Ramos comes set, the pitch. Fouled away. Ramos has really been busting these guys that are trying to bunt inside, either intentionally or unintentionally. Count's now 0-2. Evan Germansky will go talk things over with Ramos and discuss what pitch they want to come with next. Ramos comes set. The 0-2. Misses low and away. (11-10), Dakota Wesleyan leads, top of the 8th inning in this 9-inning affair, the second half of the doubleheader. As the fans have really earned their free price of admission here at the Doane Baseball and Softball Complex, as they have got to see a lot of baseball. One ball, 2 strikes. Ramos comes set. The pitch. Hits him. And the bases are loaded with nobody out. And Dakota Wesleyan's found a way to load the bases with nobody out with really no balls hit hard. UTEC got on with a lazy single through the gap of first and second. Williams got on with a walk, and Nugenhauer was hit. And now the bases are loaded, and it looks like they're going to have a call to the bullpen. As we'll take a quick break, we'll get you information on this when we return. You're watching the Doane Sports Network. Logan Fast will come in a very unfriendly situation as the bases will be loaded, nobody out. Logan Fast comes in, hasn't pitched much due to injury. He's just coming back. Inning and 2/3 pitched so far. 5.4 ERAs. The bunt is squared around. He'll toss it home. And the force out is made at the plate. So the safety squeeze was on with the bases loaded by Katz. And the bunt was just not far enough away from Fast. And Fast made a very athletic play to help himself out and shovel toss it to Germansky to record the first out of the inning. And once again, just a little bit surprised they took the bat out of Katz's hands there with the way Doane pitchers have been having a hard time finding the zone, just the way things have been going today. But nonetheless, Doane will take it. As the next pitch by Fast finds the outside corner to Tyler Waddle, who pinched hit back in the 7th inning and had a 2 RBI double. Fast jumps ahead quickly 0-2. As I was saying, Fast has given up 1 run in an inning and 2/3 of work, has 2 strikeouts and 1 walk. The side armor delivers, looked like a little bit of a slider that was out of the zone. Middle infield double play depth, corners are even with the bag. Anything hit hard at the corners, they'll go home. Just misses high and tight. Good pitch by Fast. Outfield playing relatively normal depth. Fast comes set. The 2-2. Got him swinging! And Fast has came in with nobody out, and the bases loaded. Got a ground ball back to him with a force out at home and a strikeout. And now he is 1 out away from really avoiding a complete disaster and keeping Doane in this game with the bases loaded and nobody out. Now the bases loaded with 2 outs and Colton Bordeaux at the plate, the leadoff hitter. It was a big-time strikeout by Fast. As the first pitch misses outside, ball got away from Germansky just a little bit, but not enough to threaten Williams coming around and scoring. Bordeaux is 1 for 5. And Germansky's going to go have a chat with Fast. And with the bases juiced, ground ball can go anywhere with it, and it'll be a force out. Just make the easiest play. 2 down, 11-10. Dakota Wesleyan leads, top of the 8th. 2-0 the count on Boudreaux. In there, strike 1, count goes to 2-1. Good pitch by Fast. Would have been a tough pitch to hit low and away. Fast gets the sign. Fouled straight back, count goes to 2-2. And Fast is 1 strike away from getting the Tigers out of this jam. Fast comes set. The pitch. Swung on and missed on a slider. And Fast gets out of the inning with 2 back-to-back strikeouts. And Doane still has life, down 11-10, and in the bottom of the 8th inning. You're watching the Doane Sports Network, and this is GPAC Baseball. after getting out of the jam, Nate Sliva will lead it off for the Tigers, the DH. And that ball's belted in the gap. And it's going to get down. This will be at least 2 for Sliva. That'll be a leadoff stand-up double. The first pitch from Sagasti.
The first baseman, Eduardo Yanez.
And Eduardo Yanez. And if you're trying to come back in the game, this is part of the lineup that can really do some damage. As Yanez, we already saw the damage he could do in the 4th with that 3-run home run. Sagasti comes set. Curveball doesn't misses high. Sagasti does have first base open if he wants to try to somewhat work around Yanez. Doesn't look like he's going to give him anything too good as that fastball misses about a foot outside. Breeze still somewhat calm but pushing towards left, which is a help to Yanez as Yanez takes a huge cut and fouls one to the left as he just missed that pitch right there. Sagasti comes set. Line past the third baseman. And here comes out Sliva around third. He'll score. And Yanez will cruise into second with a stand-up RBI double, and it's a tie ball game as he gives a celebration towards the dugout. And I would not be surprised if we'll see if Yanez runs. As of now, it looks like he's going to run. But and there it is, as they're going to run for him, as that's the go-ahead run. And Hossie is going to come and sub in and pinch run for Yanez.
Number 34, Ty Hossie.
So an RBI double by Yanez. And it's tied at 11. Not very often in a baseball game you can say that. Jackson squares around a bunt, and it's a good one. And he'll do his job, move Hossie over to third with 1 out. And that was a perfect job by Jackson to give up himself and get a sack bunt to move not Hossie, who's running for Yanez, over to third. And with 1 out, that'll bring up Trent Jerry. And Jerry's another guy that could be a possible squeeze candidate. I don't know if they will do that, but that is an option. And it'll be interesting to see what Oltmans is talking to. He's got Hossie, Germansky, and Jerry huddled up there. Germansky's on deck. Jerry's on the plate. It could also be a safety squeeze situation, too, where you can try to lay one down and try to have Hossie read it if he can make it home safely or not. Or Jerry could just step up to the plate and get a hit and drive Hossie home. That is also an option. The infield looks like they're going to play in, which obviously makes it a higher percentage of being able to get a hit here. If he could try to punch it through. Jerry has had a tough time at the plate. He's 0 for 3 with a walk. This would be a huge time to break that little bit of a slump and get his first hit. 11-11, bottom of the 8th, 1 out as the first pitch by Sagasti is in the dirt. Jerry flew out in the second, grounded out in the third, grounded out in the fifth, and walked in the sixth. Just a fly ball will do the job as well with Hossie at third. You'd imagine anything to decent depth he could tag up and score on. Popped up. And I imagine Jerry was trying to will that ball out of play, and it did go out of play, luckily, for him. One won the count. Make it 2-1 as the pitch misses inside. And that was about the same place the last pitch that Jerry swung and fouled off was at. Nonetheless, 2-1 count. Sagasti comes set and delivers. Curveball in the dirt, 3-1. And a walk wouldn't be a terrible situation either. And he walks.
The catcher, Evan Germansky.
That'll bring up Evan Germansky. And Germansky pops up a bunt. Which is a little bit of surprise. Germansky squaring around and bunting, but he pops it up to the catcher. And luckily, Jerry was very aware at first, or he could have got doubled off. And now there's 2 outs, still first and third with Jacob Dewey at the plate. Throw over to first. Good stop by UTEC. That was kind of unnecessary for Sagasti. Ball gets past the catcher. Here comes Hossie. And he slides and he makes it safely. And Hossie scores the go-ahead run on a wild pitch. Bailed out by Sagasti as that ball got past Katz, and that makes the pop-up bump by Germansky feel a little bit better, as you were probably willing to give up the out with him by squaring him around a bunt anyways. And the run does come home and score. And it's 12-11 Doane. This has been one crazy game. Ground ball to first. That's fielded by UTEC and ran over to first. And we'll head to the 9th. Doane leads 12-11. And we'll see if Fast can pick up the save here if he's going to come out for the 9th. Doane lead 12-11. We'll be right back on the Doane Sports Network. to try to close this game out is Manny Armendariz, trying to pick up the save here in this wild 9-inning game so far. Or 8 innings played so far, as it's 12-11 Doane, as he'll face Tremaine Moore, who is 3 for 4 so far in this one with 3 singles. First pitch is in there for a strike. Armendariz winds the 0-1. Just low. It must be talked about and credited Logan Fast's job in relief to even put Doane in a chance to have what happened in the bottom of the 8th even mean anything. Strike catches the outside corner for strike 2 as Fast came in, got a ground ball back, got a bunt back to him that he fielded very well, flipped to Germansky for out number 1. There was nobody out of the bases loaded if you're just tuning in. And then back-to-back strikeouts. And Doane scored on the pass ball with runners on first and third and 1 out and 2 outs. Line drive. That is going to fall for a leadoff single from Moore. And Moore is on with nobody out.
The left fielder, Jared Nealon.
That'll bring up Jared Nealon. He stuck with the fastball to the outside corner and went right back with it and sent it to right field. Armendariz pitch is attempted at a bunt from Nealon. And it's foul. And there's been a lot of attempted bunts by both teams in this doubleheader and not a lot of successful bunts. Really, the only bunt that I could say was successful out of my recent memory was the sacrifice bunt by Jackson, down a couple innings ago. Armendariz comes and he'll try to bunt again, and he'll again not succeed at that endeavor. And Armendariz, I'm sure, is extremely happy that he squared around to bunt twice, as now he is now ahead of the count 0-2. It's hard to bunt an 88 to 90 mile an hour fastball that Armendariz is coming with, and that's what Nealon kind of proved that there, as the count is now 0-2. Decent lead from Moore at first. Fastball upstairs. Tried to get him to chase. Nealon watched it upstairs for a ball. Yanez is holding Moore on at first. We'll see if Moore tries to go. Runner goes. Swing and a miss. And that'll be strike 3. No attempt by Germansky.
Third baseman, Brandon Oropeza.
Germansky to throw down to second, so that'll be stolen base by Moore. But a swinging strikeout on Nealon, and there's a runner at second with 1 out, as Oropeza will step up. He had a double in the third and an RBI. As he's 1 for 5. Armendariz gets past Germansky in a very, very smart play by Morris. A lot of guys would have left the moment they saw that ball pass the glove of Germansky, but he knew the situation and waited for the bounce, which is a very good bounce for Germansky. Went right straight to him. And Moore was able to put on the brakes after his first couple steps and retreat back to second. That could have been a very lucky break for Doane if he would have tried to go to third. In there, strike 1. We'll take a little bit of a breaking ball from Armendariz. Ground ball fielded by Smith, and he'll make a spinning throw and make a very good play to record the out.
The first baseman, Zach Utect.
For out number 2, and Doane is 1 out away from sweeping this doubleheader, and it has not been easy. And there's still 1 out to go as Armendariz will get on the rubber with Tremaine Moore at third and Zach Utech, the first baseman, at the plate. He has 1 single and 4 at-bats, was hit by a pitch. And where did that miss, as the first pitch was just off the outside corner. Looked like a changeup from Armendariz. Maybe surprised the umpire as well, the change in speed. Armendariz comes set, the 1-0. Fly ball to right. Dewey's coming in. He'll make the catch, and that'll do it. And Doane wins 12-11. And Armendariz picks up his first save of the year. And after a wild Game 2, Doane will sweep the doubleheader as they won the first game 5-0 on a complete game 7-inning outing from Caleb Gonikin, and then win the second game in completely different style, 12-11, in a grinded out wild game. As Doane scores 12 runs on 14 hits with 3 errors. And Dakota Wesleyan scores 11 runs on 16 hits with 0 errors and 12 left on. Losing pitcher will be Sagasti. Logan Fast will pick up the win. And that's the type of game, if you're Doane, that even though it wasn't pretty, picking up a win can really be a momentum swinger. They came into this game, to this doubleheader, not played a GPAC game yet, with a 9-12 record, and they'll leave out of here with an 11-12 record coming into a doubleheader against Morningside tomorrow. And sometimes winning those games, the ugly ones, feels better than winning a game in dominant fashion, as they were able to grind it out and win. And it seems like a long time ago, but Aaron Whitehouse was the starting pitcher. He went 5 innings, gave up 4 earned runs with a walk, 2 walks, and a strikeout. And the starting pitcher for Dakota Wesleyan was Dylan Stadelman, and he gave up 8 earned runs in 3 2/3 innings with 1 strikeout and 3 walks. So that'll do it for this evening on the Doane Sports Network. My name has been Clayton Anderson. I've enjoyed all this baseball with you guys and hope that you enjoyed it as well. Once again, Doane sweeps the doubleheader with a 5-0 win in Game 1 and a 12-11 win in Game 2. Have a good night, everybody. I'm signing off.